It's Championship Sunday in a couple sporting events today, but most importantly, the Big Ten Sevens Championships at Stinson Rugby Field in South Bend, Indiana. 12 games on tap for you today, highlighted by the last of those dozen, which will determine who is the new champion in the Big Ten Sevens spring season. So happy to have you with us on this Sunday morning. Charlie Morris alongside my partner, Chris Daly. And Chris, we've got the quarterfinals to kick us off, 8 teams, and it's the same. There are no inter-pool games. Every team, based on the 1 through 8 seeding, by happenstance, is going to play a team they've already played today.
Yeah, so we kind of know what to expect. And, of course, we have Notre Dame and Illinois to kick us off here. Notre Dame beat Illinois 28-12, so if history repeats itself, Notre Dame should win to start things off. But it's going to be a good day, and I'm looking forward to hopefully next round seeing some Pool A versus Pool B games.
Yeah, so the Irish with a 2-1 record yesterday, picking up the 3 seed, and Illinois at 1-2 in a tie with Iowa, but had a worse point differential. And we are underway in our first quarterfinal match of the day. And Notre Dame starts out strong, winning the opening kick, but then turning it over. And the Illini will get first possession out of all of that. So we'll see what Illinois can do in pursuit of an upset. And Chris, I have to ask, we've got Notre Dame and Illinois here, and then it's Indiana, Purdue, Michigan, Iowa, Oregon, Michigan State. Do you foresee any upsets?
I don't. I just think with the way these teams have played and now that they know each other, it's going to be nearly improbable for any team to produce an upset, but I would be happy to see one, of course.
That's Indiana in the 2 seed, Purdue in the 7 seed. That's immediately following the conclusion of this one. And then you've got the 4-5 matchup between the Wolverines and the Hawkeyes, and then the 1 versus 8, Oregon and Michigan State. Last night, Oregon clinched the 1 seed by beating the Spartans 37-0. So we'll see if they can continue that dominance as they look to advance to the semifinals in their first ever appearance in this tournament. And Jackson Graham for Notre Dame has got some room down the right side. Going to be stumbled down on an excellent tackle by Zach Meyer. Number 16 in white, making the play to save the try temporarily, but the Notre Dame offense still going to work. Now towards the far side, it's Matt Williams, who's going to shake a hit, and Williams is going to get our day started with the first try of the day at 5:25 of the first half. Notre Dame strikes first.
It was all started from Jackson Graham's nice run here at the near side of the pitch, and then Matt Williams finishes it off. He's a guy head coach Justin Hickey has talked about a lot, someone who wasn't really expecting to play much during the 7th season, much more of a 15s player, but he's really came into a great role now, and he's been one of their best players all season long here in the spring.
Just able to dodge the ankle tackle, and you mentioned the setup by Jackson Graham, who, when he's on the field, is certainly an impact player. There are times where he likes to be rested by the coaching staff, but in there to start today's action.
We saw yesterday he had a quick 2 tries against Michigan State, pretty much the same play. He actually got it right at his own 22-meter line and just exploded all the way, coast to coast.
Here he's looking to make a tackle, and the ball is forced into touch. Looked like he went off Notre Dame last. We'll see what the referees determine. It was Graham over there alongside his teammate Brendan Lucy on the tackle on Presley Sayavong, number 14 in white. And it's going to stay with the Irish. And a good line out from Andrew Packard. Here's Guinan. Graham now on the far side of the field. Going to try to give it off. It bounces in and out of the hands of Connor Mulligan. But Illinois flagged for the penalty. So the Irish will get a tap and go from around the center of the pitch. They'll give it to Guinan. Maybe he'll look to kick it out of bounds. We'll have to see. Notre Dame certainly setting up to go for the tap and go. And that is exactly what they do. Here's Mulligan eyeing up the defense. He's going to try to kick it through. If he gets a bounce, it just might work. He kicks it again, but it sputters out of bounds. Just a little bit too much toe for Connor Mulligan, trying to kick it through in pursuit by the Illinois defense. Antoine Johnson, number 8, and Sayavong, number 14, over there to make it difficult on the sophomore out of Cincinnati. Ball bouncing around dangerously. The Illinois try-zone picked up by Meyer, who's just going to kick it out of danger. Smart play. He's going to take a couple good bounces all the way past midfield. Great kick by Meyer. Packard's going to have tons of time when he picks this up. Gives it to Graham. Jackson Graham right down the middle through the seam. Graham still going past the 22, and Jackson Graham into the try zone. 10-0 Irish lead, and Graham did it all from basically midfield, Chris.
I said it yesterday. Graham is the perfect sevens player, has the unique blend of size, strength, and speed, and you can see it on full display. He's usually out on the wing, but right there, right in the middle, gap opened up, took full advantage of it. Great job from Jackson Graham.
Guinan's conversion, no good, so it remains 10-0 with under 2 minutes to play in the first half, and Notre Dame in full control so far. Certainly one thing we were talking about, Chris, yesterday, and you know, we're no professionals or have professional opinions, but it certainly seemed like the talent in Pool B was just a bit higher than the talent in Pool A, and I know you're looking forward to seeing when the top teams in those pools combine, but right now, Notre Dame certainly looks better than Indiana despite being the lower seed.
Well, yeah, there's no doubt about it. I mean, Oregon is, as we saw, a terrific rugby program, and then Illinois, no slouch themselves. Of course, not the start they wanted, but they can play some good rugby when they get clicking. I just thought the speed of play was overall at a much higher level in Pool B rather than Pool A.
These two teams part of Pool B, and we'll get to see throughout the day. Every team plays 3 times, so even teams who lose their quarterfinals will get to play a losers bracket semis, and even teams that lose that will get to play a 7th place game. And Notre Dame looks like they're going to strike again on the far side, and Connor Mulligan all the way on a great offload out to the wing, and Mulligan's even going to have time to center it before downing it for Notre Dame's 3rd try of the half. Waited as long as possible, and then touchdown for the 3rd try for Notre Dame. And they've been in full control, looking even better than they did last night when they won 28-12. And Guinan, a much easier conversion kick here, trying to get it to 17. And he knocks it through. All Notre Dame in the first half.
Indeed, it was Andrew LaFranchi and Philip Guinan with the setup as well. Guinan eats the tackle, offloads it out. LaFranchi does the same, and it opens up that wing to be wide open for Mulligan to exploit. And nice first half for Notre Dame.
17-0 the score. We head to break. All Notre Dame after 7 minutes. Second half about set to get underway in South Bend at Stinson Rugby Field. It was a beautiful day yesterday for pool play, and it's going to be an equally nice day today. It's a little bit chilly right now, but as it tends to do here in this neck of the woods in the Midwest, it gets warmer as you head towards 2 and 3 p.m. And it's going to get up into the 60s today. Notre Dame's offense equally hot to start today's action. They're going to get a chance to receive a kick for the first time, and Andrew Packard will do just that. The Irish with 3 tries in the first half to take a 17-0 lead as they look to advance to the semifinals, where they will be just 2 wins away from becoming a champion. And space down the left side, there's a good tackle by Sayavong. Notre Dame just stays in bounds. Now the Irish go towards the far side. Mulligan pass to Luke Ingle just into the game. He's got Race Bates on his right and gives it there. And Bates is going to have room to run. Race Bates all the way in. And 4 tries for Notre Dame. They have a 22-0 lead.
Race Bates hasn't even been in the game for a whole minute, and he scores a try. Was on the bench to start in the first half. Talk about making your presence known.
Freshman, big recruit out of Phoenix, and got the pass from Luke Ingle, another freshman. And Philip Guinan good from short distance to stretch it to 24-0 Irish. Got him looking to advance, and if all the favorites win, that would set up a very high-profile semifinal matchup with Indiana. Indiana playing next against Purdue, the 2-7 game. Hoosiers 3-0 on the weekend with some stellar defense, only allowing 17 points. And right now, this Notre Dame defense hasn't been tested much. There's a tackle on one of the ball carriers, and here come the Illini trying to get back in this game. Here's Sayavong. He's got a man out wide if he wants, and he goes there. It's a little bit behind his intended target. Gives it back to Sayavong. Now it's Jacob Razzo in the middle. In the middle, Brian Winstead. Pedro Madero, one more, Zach Meyer. He's gonna cut it back, go towards the middle. Here's Winstead, Meyer again. Hot pursuit Notre Dame defense, not giving this Fighting Illini offense much to work with. Meyer nearly breaks one. He's tackled by his ankles. Jennings with the play. Razzo goes over to Sayavong along this near the far side. He's one-on-one against Mulligan. Gives it off. Notre Dame defense really superb right now, Chris. It's good-looking offense from Illinois, but just can't break through.
Well, there's nowhere to break through, and that's the whole key to this Notre Dame defense. Very compact, but then, as I say that,
sometimes you just got to bite your words as Preston Sayavong down the left wing, and he's going to somersault his way, and Illinois is on the board with 3:40 to play in half number 2. And Presley Sayavong, who's been doing most of the ball touching for Illinois, both on the near side and the far side, is going to be the one to strike and get Illinois on the board, give them a little hope. They're not really moving quickly here. Thought they might.
No, it's interesting. You would think they would have a sense of urgency, but, and again, 24-5, and as for that try, 3 Notre Dame players all within the same 5 feet area. It allows a nice spot for Illinois to attack, and it's good to see the Illini showing some fight.
They're the Fighting Illini after all. Against the Fighting Irish, who've done plenty of fighting on home turf. 2-1 record. The Illini come into this game at 1-2. And winner of this to the semifinals. Loser, best they can do would be 5th place. Now it's 2:30, and Illinois really in no rush. Still trailing 3 scores. All right, excellent receiving the kick. Jennings is going to give it into the middle. Broken tackle for Andrew LaFranchi. LaFranchi gives it off to Lucy. Lucy to Jennings. Jennings at the 22 is going to be wrestled down by Madero, but he gives it off from the seat of his pants. And Andrew LaFranchi on a beautiful play caps it with a score.
If Notre Dame can keep playing like this all day long, it is going to be a task to beat them. Great team rugby there. Several really just high-level offloads. Don't know how they did that, but credit to Notre Dame. And they're putting everybody on notice.
Yeah, credit to the guys who are in the game right now. Not many of the traditional starters for the Irish with a big lead in the second half, but guys who are out there making it happen. And how about an extra 2 points from the right foot of Patrick Jennings, who had the assist.
Yeah, Philip Guinan has checked out of the game. Patrick McKenzie, and what it is, his last day at Stinson Rugby Field, is now on the pitch for the Irish.
And a couple important players playing in their final events on home turf for Notre Dame. Got McKenzie, as you just mentioned, Andrew Packard, also a senior, Jackson Graham, and Christian Bardsley, who we regret to inform you broke his collarbone during game 1 yesterday, so he has played his final game at Stinson Rugby Field. The senior, those are the 4 seniors on this sevens roster. Season's not over after this. There are a couple more tournaments, most especially the CRC's championship weekend, which Notre Dame will look to be a part of and will be. 144 teams at that event, split between men's and women's teams, and a little hand-holding going on along the far side as the clock ticks down. 3, 2, 1, and no time remaining. Next dead ball will end it. And it's going to end right there. The Irish win 31-5. They advance to the semifinals. The Illini fall to the losers bracket, and the best they will be able to do is 5th. Coming up after this, the 2 versus the 7, Indiana versus Purdue, with a chance to play the Fighting Irish on the line. Second semifinal, quarterfinal, I should say, of the day, with trip to the semis on the line. Undefeated Indiana Hoosiers versus the winless Purdue Boilermakers. Purdue did earn a hard-fought tie against Michigan, but were unable to come up with a win yesterday. And how about Sean O'Donnell breaking the line, and he strikes in 16 seconds. Carries it all the way to the back of the try zone before downing it. How about that for a quick start for the underdogs?
This guy is like lightning in a bottle. We saw it many times yesterday. Indiana had a little opening on defense, and O'Donnell just runs right through it. It's like a freight train just running down the pitch.
It's interesting. This is a tough draw for Indiana. This is a Purdue team that keeps it close with many of their opponents, and they've got their star player, number 11 in black, fresh after it looked like yesterday he really did seem to get worn down as the day went along. And that's what happens when you're tasked with doing most of the scoring for your team. And quick strike against a very stout defense. The Hoosiers gave up just one try in all of their games yesterday, 17 total points against. And Purdue, in just 16 seconds, already got up to 5, and now they're up to 7, less than a minute in.
Yeah, Iowa scored 7 on Indiana yesterday. That's the most any team put up against the Hoosiers. O'Donnell, however, was by far the best player I had seen all day yesterday. What he did for this Purdue team to keep him in games was really impressive, and he's a big reason why they tied against Michigan and then also were able to put up some points against Indiana and Iowa.
Last night in the round-robin play, this Indiana team with a 15-5 win. So Purdue already surpassing their offensive output from that one. Putting a little bit of pressure on this Illini team, who commit the knock-on inside their own 22. So instantly a second opportunity for the Boilermakers, and with a scrum upcoming from a pretty good position on the field.
Looking for Purdue just to play strong defensively, make it hard for Indiana to get outside that 22-meter zone, and the Hoosiers are going to have to utilize their kicking ability if Purdue is able to do just that.
Here's O'Donnell again. This time he's double-teamed. Nowhere to go. Still on his feet. Now he offloads it to Jake Murphy. Murphy's going to be wrapped up, but just gets it away to Kustra. Now Brendan Ryan out to the far side for Mike Murphy. Murphy one more to the wing. And a good tackle on Ethan Ross, who looked like he might have a lane. Murphy is going to go to the ground with it. Getting a look at why this Indiana defense is so stingy. Dangerous pass, and it's almost taken away, but knocked on by Indiana. Purdue playing with advantage for the moment, and there's the whistle to stop play. Tap and go coming for the Boilermakers, who have been in control early. O'Donnell cut back to the middle, another cut. Gives it off, Ryan. Skip pass, gathered in with one hand by Ross. Spinning inside the 5, ball's free. Picked up by Mike Murphy, though. Saves the possession for Purdue. Here's John Kustra. Awkward pass to Ross. Ross with a cutback. Still chugging. Can he get down? Referee trying to get a good look. And it's held up. And the Indiana defense, a huge stop.
Great effort from Indiana, but how about Purdue? No one was expecting that. The Boilermakers to come out hot, and Sean O'Donnell yet again starts that attack. He had a fake kick, and he goes to Indiana. Hoosiers players hesitate, and that allowed for an opening out wide.
Just unable to capitalize, though, and second time we've seen Indiana not allow their opponent to down one after crossing the try line. Only team to do that through 1+ days of action this weekend. We'll see if the Hoosiers offense can get a little bit of flow to their game. Will Keeler on it now. Leaves it behind. I know you like number 10 in white, Tommy Hannon. We'll see if they can get the ball to him. Luke Peters as well, number 15, a lot of speed for Indiana. But right now they're really struggling to get going.
I think they're just going to have to kick it, as Hannon does.
Trying to get a bounce. Bouncing around. Good work by Purdue to save possession. And here's O'Donnell one-on-one to the middle. Second try for Sean O'Donnell. And Purdue is up 12. The 7 seed giving it to the 2 seed early on, Chris.
Sean O'Donnell almost makes defenders' lives, or defenders, he makes them look like they're in quicksand. The guys just stop. They just fall to the ground. He's so impressive with how he moves. Such a fast guy, and his burst of speed, there's nothing like it. What a performance. 2 tries already on the day, and he's putting this team on his back.
O'Donnell Sr. out of Doylestown, Pennsylvania, making his hometown proud right now with a 2-try performance. And I know you said before the day started you didn't foresee any upsets. I have to say, with how fresh he is, it's their first game of the day, and O'Donnell, again, seemed to get worn down yesterday, but the way he's playing right now, seems like he's got a lot of energy. This is definitely, we're on upset watch officially now.
Yeah, last year at the National Collegiate Rugby Championships, O'Donnell scored 5 tries, totaled 39 points, which was #1 in that tournament, was named all-tournament team.
He's going to be in hot pursuit on defense as Indiana looks to strike back. It's Peters down the left side, diving in for the try. And with just 9 seconds to play in the half, the Hoosiers get a huge score.
It's a great lift of momentum for the Hoosiers. Just to get back into this game right before half, as you said, Charlie, and that's got to sting if you're Purdue. Had such a great half. Didn't really allow Indiana to have much offense until the final 5 seconds. It's got to hurt.
They will still take a 2-possession lead into the break. Will they be able to hold on against an Indiana team surely to come out strong? You'll have to stay with us and find out. We got 7 minutes left with a trip to the semis at stake. Purdue, a 14-5 lead at halftime. They're set to kick it away to Indiana, who got the last score of the half, trying to forge a comeback and keep their championship aspirations alive. They were undefeated yesterday, and Purdue was winless yesterday, so what a upset this would be if the Boilermakers hold on, but Hoosiers offense trying to make it a little bit tougher for that to happen down the right side. Nice offload, bobbled but gathered in by Parker Wall. And Wall will be spun down. They're inside the 22 already. Looking to parlay their first half ending score with a second half starting score. Hannon, one more pass to the wing, and it's dropped. And there's the whistle. Peters gets called for the knock-on. And a break for Purdue, and they will certainly take it.
Would like to see O'Donnell get involved. 2 tries in the first half. Whole bunch of tries yesterday. And then you can see Mike Murphy, number 12, also an important piece to this Purdue team. It's just about getting these guys on the ball.
Is it too early to say that one more try from Purdue will do it? Might be too early, but certainly would make it very difficult on the Hoosiers. And here's O'Donnell thinking about it. Going to give it off into the middle, and there's a strong tackle on Jake Murphy, number 20. Local freshman out of Mishawaka. Here's Keenan Brunetti. Gives it off O'Donnell. Going to be cut off along the far side. Makes a cutback. Loses the ball. And now the whistle blows. Knock on. And here comes the Indiana offense all of a sudden. Hannon in the middle. Running to his left. Extra pass to Wall. Parker Wall sheds a hit. And Wall is going to go in for the score. All of a sudden, it's a one-possession game with under 5 to play.
Parker Wall is so hard to take down. We saw that yesterday. He scored a try just because he seems to brush off tackles so easily. Does it yet again. Big-time player for this Indiana team.
Just refused to be taken down by Brendan Ryan, who is over on the play. Wow, what a conversion kick. It's good from no angle. Tommy Hannon, how do you do? 2-point game. And that's relevant if Purdue were to score again and not get a conversion. It would still be a one-possession game. It's kind of a big deal.
Well, that's the issue with not making their first conversion kick. They're still down in this one. And that was an issue for Indiana yesterday, something we pointed out on the show. They were 2 for 4 in, I believe, their first game on conversion kicks.
Yes.
That's just not going to cut it once you come down into these knockout games.
Deep kick. It's going to bounce all the way into the try zone where it'll be picked up and run forward by Ethan Miller. Miller's hit at his 5, just gets it away. Dangerous pass. And Indiana scores off the giveaway. And they take the lead. 17 unanswered points as Jake Murphy tried to kick it and lost possession.
The worst thing either team could do is have self-inflicted mistakes. And right there, Purdue just sloppy.
Conversion is no good, so Hannon made the difficult one but missed the easy one, so it's a 3-point game. Just a crazy turn of events in this second half. 17 straight points for the Hoosiers after falling behind 14-0, and all of a sudden Purdue reeling, needing their first score of the half against this formidable defense.
I don't know if you remember, Charlie, from about 2 weeks ago, Fighting Irish Sevens, I was talking about drop goals. I would love to see a drop goal. This is a great time. 3 points would tie the game.
There's a huge hit. And they're going to call a knock-on against Indiana. Certainly could have been a high tackle, but referee not having it.
Also defenseless, which
getting another look. Boom!
Why they're concerned. Yeah, boom indeed. Oh my goodness. I could feel that one from the press box.
Well, thankfully, we couldn't actually, but we could certainly in spirit feel body contact between those two strong gentlemen. So unofficially 1:40 to go. I think the actual time is just a bit more than that. There was a stoppage after one of the Indiana tries to allow the line judge to switch sides of the field. So there's realistically about 1:45 to go. Ball's free. Knock on against Purdue. Indiana's defense causing problems right now. Force another mistake and make some substitutions to get some fresh legs onto the pitch. with just over a minute to play and a chance to put this game away, up 3 points with the ball in plus territory. Look at that shake and hit. Still on his feet. Pass off. Dangerous looking chance. Nice catch low. Another big tackle though. Purdue staying alive by the skin of their teeth right now. And it's dropped. Referee will stop play for the knock on as Welburn couldn't come up with it. And so Purdue ball with 20 seconds to go.
Last chance for the Boilermakers.
Certainly is. Got to happen here. 9, 8, 7 seconds unofficially to go. Does Purdue have one more score in them? The ball is free off the scrum. It's Indiana ball. Hoosiers pick it up, and they can run the clock. Tip, dangerous. Hannon corrals. Backtracks, still backtracking. Trying to get it to a teammate. Ball's free for a second. Scrambled for it, picked up by Purdue. Here's Jake Murphy, who's going to try to kick it and do it himself. Dangerous bounce, but it's picked up, and Indiana will kick it into touch. And that does it. The Hoosiers survive and advance to the semifinals in a 14-point comeback. A huge second half, and Indiana's moving on.
Purdue players with their hands on their head, just depleted emotionally and physically after that one. An all-out battle, and you got to give props to this Indiana team. To come back, I mean, they were out of it. It was all Purdue in that first half until the final 5 seconds. They show some life, and Indiana just dominant in that second half. Strong performance from the Hoosiers, and we also got to see the offense that we didn't see much. We saw some great defense at Indiana yesterday, not too much on the offensive side of the ball, so nice to see them succeed.
And so it'll be the matchup we anticipated when we started streaming today, Notre Dame against Indiana in the semifinals at 12:20 p.m. We'll get to see those Boilermakers take on the Fighting Illini at 11:40 in the first losers bracket semifinals. And now we go over to Pool A action. Just as it happened, all the teams playing opponents they've already seen. It's Michigan against Iowa in the 4 versus 5 overall seed matchup. Michigan 1-1-1 with a positive 16-point differential. They're the 4 seed. Iowa 1-2 with a negative 19-point differential. They're the 5 seed, and we are underway. And once again, a trip to the semifinals at stake. And we get a quick whistle, Iowa ball. Plus territory trying to get their offense going. Dangerous pass gathered in on the leap by Drew Snyder. Gives it off before he's hit. Dangerous pass. It's picked off by the Wolverines in Luke Zanna. Another pass off. Michigan in Iowa territory early. Here's Reagan Plank in the monogram, runs into his own teammate in the center of the pitch, and a little bit of interference because of that. So the penalty will give possession back to the Hawkeyes, who look like they're going to go for a scrum. Hey, make sure you start the clock.
This was a 28-7 game yesterday. Michigan victorious. You got to think that they're able to see this one out. And Shea Locknane, number 9 for the Maize. And is it maize and gold? Maize and yellow? I don't even know. Not a
Maize is the yellow color, like the corn.
Oh, shoot. Okay, so maize and blue.
Maize and
There
blue,
we
yeah,
go.
yeah. You gotta.
You learn something new every day. Can't say I'm too much of a color guy or a Michigan guy, to be
or
quite
a farmer
frank.
guy, apparently.
Well, I am from the shore, so
You got
yeah.
the Jersey corn there. Similar to corn is maize, which is the yellow color.
Okay. Now that does make sense. All I know is
Native Americans ate a lot of at Thanksgiving.
I know the corn kid.
Near the touchline and now out of bounds. But a penalty before that could happen, so it'll be Michigan ball still.
But regardless, Shea Loughnane in the center of the park going to be the difference maker for Michigan today. Was a first-team All-Big Ten selection back in the fall. It had a nice day yesterday. And they're going to have a scrum.
They're going to get a scrum, and that was, you don't see that one every day. It was the referee's decision to have a scrum. Usually, team gets to pick, but right now the ref is like, something like, I need to see a scrum, guys. So we're going to see a scrum. 3-on-3, and again, in the sevens format, scrums are usually a bit more unorganized.
Yeah.
But this one looks like it was executed well. We got another stoppage. And now a tap and go for Loughnane. Into the middle, bouncing ball. It's going to be picked up by Plockmeyer. Sam Plockmeyer taken down on the tackle by Michael Johnson. Loughnane fakes right. Now gives it off in tight quarters. A bit of space maybe for Jack Reagan. Throws it behind him. Maximo Nelson. Another good tackle for Johnson for Iowa. Plank. Loughnane has a man and gives it to him. That's Zana. Zana trying to get the edge. He'll cut it back to the middle. High tackle. And now Loughnane's going to pick it up and going to be called back. So he picked it up without tapping it off his foot, so he's going to have to slow it down.
Yeah, all go. No tap on that one.
And we're going to get another scrum, in fact. So Loughnane went a little too quick, so they're going to slow it all the way down now. Still scoreless. Again, as Chris mentioned, Michigan defeating Iowa 28-7 when these two teams met yesterday in round-robin play.
Just to add some more stats as well. Michigan 10-7-2 on the year. Iowa 6-5-0. Meanwhile, Wolverines 45 in the Rugby Hawk rankings. A lot higher than Iowa, who rank 113th.
But it's been a closely contested battle so far. This Michigan team in possession of the ball for most of the half, but just now able to break through, and Reagan Plank to his left, and finally they break through against a stingy Iowa defense. And Plank does it with 2.5 minutes to go in the first half.
Reagan Plank is a guy who scored yesterday. Somebody who right there in the middle of the pitch for Michigan provides a nice physical presence, able to peel off the tackles and sees his way into the try zone.
Extra 2 points. And it's 7-0. And just about as surgical as it gets for Michigan. They clean with the ball, no knock-ons, no offensive penalties, and they force Iowa into a couple mistakes and eventually are able to punch it across for the first score of the game. Less than 2 minutes in the half. And the lift executed perfectly by Iowa. Look at that. Renheimer being chased down by Plank, but Heimer's going to win the race all the way in off the kickoff.
How about that push from Douglas, or excuse me, yeah, A.J. Douglas, number 4 for Iowa. Just that boost kind of gave the speed for Renheimer.
Now Heimer knocks it through to tie the score, 15-15, or excuse me, 7-7. Renheimer's number 15 in white, and he was the recipient of a great push by Douglas, who's not going to get on the scoreboard for his contributions to that play, but still helpful nonetheless, and nearly an excellent kickoff. But with Michigan playing with advantage right now, ball's free. Now it'll be stopped as it was knocked on briefly by Austin Stanley trying to catch the kickoff, but it went off his left hand. So scrum coming up. Being treated to another good one here after a little bit of a blowout in our first game. And Oregon, the heavy favorite in the game to follow this one as they play against Michigan State. But in between now and then, a couple good ones, and Shea Locknane's going to go quick. In the middle, Zana trying to just run his man over, but Heimer on there on the hit. Plank to the middle. Jack Reagan, a little bit of speed, a little bit of space. Slicing and dicing, and a try for Jack Reagan to end the first half. A big momentum boost for Michigan, and it was the sophomore out of Massachusetts getting it done.
Well, Iowa's been able to hang in there so far and been pretty impressed after that loss yesterday to Michigan, but that's exactly the boost the Wolverines needed as this half draws to a close. And that's, what, the second buzzer beater we've seen so far? I feel like we've seen a lot of those to end the half. We saw one in the last game with Indiana scoring right as the half hit zeros.
Notre Dame scored right at the half, hit zeros as well. So all three games we've gotten a score in the final seconds. That'll take us to the break. It's a 7-point lead for the Wolverines and looking to move on when we come back. (14-7) Wolverines lead after one half of play, and we're getting set for the home stretch in the 4-versus-5 matchup at the 2025 Big Ten Sevens Invitational in South Bend, Indiana. Thanks for joining us on this Sunday morning on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. We've been treated to some good early morning matches so far. Notre Dame big winners as the 3 seed against the 6-seeded Illinois, and Indiana a big comeback as the 2 seed against the 7-seeded Boilermakers. And so those two teams, the Irish and the Hoosiers, advance to play each other in the semifinals, and these two teams looking to do the same as a forward-looking pass, and could have called it forward pass or knock-on. Yeah. Referee's going to call it a knock-on officially, but either way, turnover for Iowa deep in the defensive end.
Was a lot more impressed with Michigan for the sole reason they were able to score in open play. Iowa had a great try, but it was directly from a kickoff. They haven't been able to punch it into the try zone just in a regular passage of play so far. But a lot closer of a game than it was yesterday. As we mentioned in the first half, Michigan won pretty convincingly, 28-7.
Trying to replicate that success. Chance to stretch their lead to multiple scores, but this one's gathered in on the rescue by the Hawkeyes, and they're in a dangerous territory. Let's see if they... No try. I believe it's entering from the side that's going to be called. Will we get a card, maybe? Referee talking to Luke Zanna, the captain for this Michigan team. Don't think we're going to see a card. Certainly would be surprised too, but he was reaching kind of for his shirt pocket. But just a false alarm, so we'll stay 7-on-7. Here's the whistle, and we'll get back underway. Iowa's going to kick it into touch. That's going way out of bounds. Gain a few extra meters of ground, get it outside the 22. With under 5 minutes to play, still trailing by 7. They need the score and the conversion to tie the game. They're going to have to go a long way to do that. Dangerous right now. They're going to have to try to kick it, maybe, if they can. Ball's free, and we get a whistle and a stoppage and a penalty. Tap and go for Iowa. They almost screw that up, but they keep it going. Here's Michael Johnson. It'll go to ground.
Don't know why they just didn't kick it out there. I mean, when in doubt, kick it out. It's an age-old saying.
Now it's dropped. Kicked forward. Michigan plays with advantage for the time being. Their defense suffocating right now. Offload just doesn't connect, and so the referee will stop play for the advantage. Is nearly a break into the try zone for Maximo Nelson, but he just couldn't come up with the pass. So it'll be a scrum at the 5-meter line and right in the middle of the pitch.
It's been all Michigan so far in this second half as we're over halfway done. Clock just about at 3 minutes. But now it's about converting.
Can this Iowa defense get a stop? Michigan looking to stretch their lead to 2 possessions. And Zanna finds his man, Sam Plockmeyer, for the score. Zanna the assist. Plockmeyer gets it down. And a 2-possession lead for Michigan with 3 minutes and counting to play.
They were poking for about 3 solid minutes inside their own, or the Iowa's 22-meter line. They were right there, just about punching it in. And Michigan, well-deserved, 5 points, have a chance to now make it 7 off the foot of Shea Loughnane. Something tells me he's got this.
You predicted the future. It's right down the middle with plenty of distance to spare. So 21-7 as Loughnane continues to be effective both in the field of play, but also with his foot. Michigan has only missed 2 kicks throughout their first 3+ games now. And they haven't missed one. This is their second straight game, going at least 3 for 3. So now they're 7 for 7 against Iowa in the 2 games combined on the conversions. Gives you an indication of just how many tries they're scoring against this Hawkeyes defense, which started strong, but as we saw from the underdog Boilermakers, fading a little bit as the game goes along, just against a fast and physical Michigan team. Dangerous bouncing ball picked up by Zanna for the unassisted score. And all of a sudden, we're entering same territory as yesterday after what looked like a much closer first half, Chris.
I was just about to say that. I have some deja vu here. We might see a 28-7 game yet again. Granted, Loughnane, I believe Loughlane's actually out, so kicking duties have been changed.
And he substitutes out. So does Thomas Olavison for Michigan. And the kick is no good. Stays 26-7 for the Wolverines. As both teams make a couple substitutions. Drew Snyder also exits for Iowa.
If if you're Iowa, you just can't give the ball up with about 10 meters to go for Michigan. I mean, you got to kick it out at that point. Just be smart and push that back their start of attack. And they didn't do so. Michigan converts 2 times now for Iowa mistakes.
Abas Kamokai trying to break free. Just into the game, number 22 in white. And now a line break for Sam Koval. And Koval's just got one man to beat, and he's got help with him. He's not going to need it. And a little bit of a feel-good try for Iowa as time expires, getting them into double digits on the long run by the junior, Sam Koval.
That's good for Iowa. Show that they can compete against some of these top teams in the Big Ten. Michigan always can compete with anybody. And Iowa, who comes in from the Heart of America Conference, where they played 15s in the fall, showing that they can stick with them too.
And they were able to score and convert before time expired, so we will have another play. They do still trail by 12, but we will continue to go. Kickoff, and Heimer gathers it in, finds Kemokai, and Kemokai trying to burst through, gets back up. But he's going to get called for the penalty on that, not releasing. And Zana's going to kick it out. Michigan to the semifinals, a 26-14 win, and they are moving on to play the winner of our next game. Stay with us. It's Oregon and Michigan State, the last team to advance to the semifinals, when we return. We're underway in our final quarterfinal game of the day. It's the top-seeded Oregon Ducks, 3-0 with a very strong point differential, positive 59 yesterday, up against the 8-seeded Michigan State Spartans, winless 0-3 performance when these two teams met. It was a 37-0 win for Oregon yesterday in our final game of the day. And we'll see if Michigan State can somehow find a response to that. They haven't won yet this weekend. They haven't won at the JV level either, so Spartan fans dying to see them come out on top one of these games. But a little bit of a crease for Cormac O'Flaherty, who's going to take it in those shining green cleats all the way in. And a try 56 seconds in for Oregon, they strike first.
Well, that was a name we heard a lot yesterday, Cormac O'Flaherty.
Is the music supposed to still be on?
Yet another dominant run, and O'Flaherty just showing off his speed. He's also a tall guy, pretty strong. Creates for a fantastic rugby sevens player.
Conversion, excuse me, from Taishi Kanoiki is short online, but didn't quite get there. So 5-0 Oregon on top. They look to face off in the semifinals against Michigan. If they are able to come away with this one, they're going to get the ball right back off the giveaway. Kanoiki. To the far side, Ben Windjum. Kanoiki has it back. Nice cut to the right. Cuts again. Finds his teammate Ethan Sherman, but it's deflected off his hands. Knock on against Oregon. Bend but don't break for Michigan State on that defensive possession. They'll take over with the ball. Trying to score for the first time against this Ducks team.
How about that speed from Oregon, though, with their offloads? Just 1, 2, 3 passing.
Certainly look dangerous. Maybe numbers for the Spartans. Nice juke to the outside. Can he get the edge? He cannot. He's wrestled. Keeps it in touch. No, he threw it out, or he stepped out before he could throw it away, according to the line judge. Close call. But it's going to be a turnover. And so off the line out, here comes Oregon with the ball right back. Kanoiki to the far side. O'Flaherty in a foot race, and he is going to win it. Cormac O'Flaherty, his second try. Just outrunning the Spartans' attack. (10-0) Oregon early in this first half. 47-0 across the two games between these two teams combined.
Michigan State's defense was just staggered, and O'Flaherty left wide open. Last thing you can do if you're Michigan State is give Oregon any easy ones. It's exactly what they just did.
Winner of this game plays Michigan at 12:40 p.m. in the semifinals. The loser of this game plays Iowa in the losers bracket semifinals at 12. After this, we get a 20-minute break before we come back at 11:40 for Illinois-Purdue in one of the losers bracket semifinals. And every team guaranteed to play 3 games today. And there's a little bit of space for the Spartans, trying to cut it back, and avoiding a hit is Lucas Ring with a teammate helping. Nice offload, and Michigan State is on the board. Ring set it up, and the Spartans get their first try against Oregon. Kick is up and good. All of a sudden, a 3-point game with under 2 minutes to play in the half.
That's what I love about sevens. Just the intensity these guys play at, and within the span of a second, the whole game can change. Saw it there. Michigan State playing defensive this whole time. They have one opening on offense. One opening, take full advantage. It's got to feel good if you're Michigan State. Put in some points up against this Oregon team who you lost to 37-0 yesterday.
Different story here. I think I'm going to give credit to the Michigan State defense, playing a lot stingier than yesterday, and perhaps you credit to that being their third game of the day, a little bit worn down. Seen a lot of energy out of the underdogs today in all the games. I suppose Illinois really didn't have it against Notre Dame, but Purdue and Iowa both playing with just a little bit more intensity, especially early on defense, and Michigan State following suit right now.
Well, I like it because in a game where you might be outmatched talented, intensity is the one thing you can control. And if you're Michigan State, you got to control the controllables.
What they can't control is that beautiful pass from Konoiki, and Ben Windham's going to split the D, split the uprights, and down it for a quick response for Oregon. That one even had the Michigan State fans below us oohing and aahing. Great setup by Konoiki with the backhanded little flip.
Yeah, and a stiff arm before that from another Oregon player. Good work by them all around.
First try of the day for Ben Windham, sophomore out of West Lynn, Oregon. Conversion is good, so we'll go presumably to the half at 17-7. Actually looks like we're going to get a little bit more before we do that. Clock with no time remaining on it, but with the conversion going through before it reaches 0, or at least the try being scored before 0, we will play on.
Michigan State needs to be smart about how they handle this.
Don't want
to let up the ball and then allow Oregon to have another chance at scoring.
Ball carrier tackled into touch. That's going to do it for the first half. 17-7 lead for Oregon. Looking to prove why they are the 1 seed and get one win closer to winning their first ever Big Ten Sevens Rugby Championship. We'll see if they can advance to the semis when we return. Taishi Konoiki about to kick it away for Oregon. They lead by 10 after an eventful first half. Saw the Spartans show signs of life, but Oregon's offense score 3 times nonetheless. Last quarterfinal game of the action today. Hopefully at the half you got a chance to scan the QR code on your screen, which has information that Chris and I are using up in the broadcast booth to stay up to date with scores, results, and the upcoming matchups. See if Oregon can get going quick in this second half, and they will do just that. Tino Mahaffey finally touches it down after getting a cross, and a quick strike for Oregon to start second half of play.
Michigan State all about damage control right now. Limit the amount of points Oregon can score. The Ducks were really dominant in that first half. Michigan then had a little opening towards the end, but I've been super impressed with the Ducks. We did not know what to expect out of them coming into here. Of course, the West Coast is so different. They even play 15s in the spring at times, so they've played 4 15s games this spring, also 4 7s games just about a week ago in Idaho. So again, did not know what to expect, but we've seen a lot of great things out of these Oregon Ducks so far. Definitely the front runners in this tournament.
If this result holds, they'll move on to play Michigan. And Michigan State will drop and play Iowa. I'm excited for the next slate of games, Chris, because we'll finally get to see Pool A teams against Pool B teams.
I am too, Charlie. That's going to be a whole lot of fun. Especially excited for Notre Dame versus Indiana.
There's going to be 4 new matchups in the next 4 games, which are all semifinals, whether it's winners or losers bracket. 4 matchups we have yet to see this weekend at all in each of these teams' 5th games. Kanoiki, so agile, gives it off towards the wing. Dangerous play, but spinning off the hit. Ball carrier out there.
Kanoiki's got a great story. Comes from Japan, international student. So I believe that means he's only spending 1 year at Oregon. Don't fully know the details of it, but
Could be just 1 semester, too.
yeah.
Gathers the ball in here, tries to find a teammate, but pass is picked off and turned the other way by the Spartans. They may have numbers. Nice pass into the middle. What a find. And right down the gut, Michigan State's going to get on the board again. What a setup that was.
Heads up play by Michigan State and a beautiful left to right offload. Right into the middle of the field. Great counterattack by the Spartans.
So a little bit of life for them. After the successful conversion, they only trail by 10. They come into this game with only 21 points for, and they've already got up to 14. With 2 tries in the game, taking advantage of, I think, Oregon assuming after the knock-on play was going to be stopped, and they get caught. I'm really impressed with that pass to set up the try run.
It was Colt Gray who did score the try, freshman for Michigan State.
Good catch. He's wearing number 2 in the black jerseys. Black with stripes and then dark green numbers, so sometimes tough to see, so give credit to my partner Chris for that pull. And Konoiki runs right into his defender, tries to leave it behind him, dangerous, but it's kicked into safety and picked up off the ground and given out to the wing. Another chance for Miguel Mahaffey. Tino Mahaffey down the left side. Oregon, whenever they get punched in the mouth, Chris, they punch right back.
Exactly. That's the great thing about this team. Just always responding, always got a great attitude. And they're also so fast. I mean, that's just been the main thing I've noticed separating these two teams. Oregon just, of course, faster speed of play, but physically just so dominant. I mean, how can you stop them? Move at 1,000,000 miles a minute.
And almost as impressive as their foot speed is their ball movement speed. As that was Andrew Prentice, number 12 in white, who picked the ball up and immediately found Mahaffey along the wing, giving him lots of space, uncontested basically, into the try zone. 31 points for the Ducks, who scored the most points through the first 3 games with 94. And now well over 100 with their 31-point outburst in this first semifinal game. Now they win the kickoff, and they're going to turn it into another score. Doesn't get much cleaner than that. Prentice had the kick, so he gets another assist. I believe it was Brooks Fisher, number 9, who brought it in for the try. And another conversion makes it 38-14. This Oregon offense looks unstoppable right now.
They do, and that kick had some great hang time to it. Was up in the air for about 5 seconds, allowed his team to move the 15 to 20 meters they got to go. And just well executed from Oregon, which I might be a broken record of saying, but that's the thing with Oregon. They just execute at such a high level.
Under a minute to play. Oregon will move on. They are 2 wins away from a perfect weekend. Going to be 4-0 after this one. Michigan State's going to drop to 0-4, still searching for their first win. Their next chance is going to be in the Consolation Semifinals as they take on an Iowa team which has played tough but hasn't found much success either, coming off a loss to Michigan. It's a shame we won't get to see Michigan State and Michigan play. No in-state rivalry ignited. We will get to see some in-state battles, though. Notre Dame and Indiana. That's going to be the final whistle. Referee shakes hands with a couple players and officially makes it a 38-14 spread. Oregon victorious, and they move on to the semifinals to take on the Wolverines. We're going to step aside for about 20 minutes. When we return at 11:40, Illinois against Purdue kicking off the semifinals in the consolation bracket, followed by Iowa, Michigan State, and then we get some winners bracket semifinals at 12:20. So stay with us. The action only builds as the day goes on until we get to the championship game on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. Stay with us. We'll be back in 20. we are set for semifinal action. Every team about to play their 5th game of the weekend and their 2nd game of the day. Kicking us off, it's Purdue against Illinois with a trip to the 5th place game. Both these teams can do no better than 5th at this point. But they do have a chance to end the weekend with 2 consecutive wins. And we'll get another quick stoppage of play.
Well,
Purdue. Sorry, go ahead, Chris. No,
yeah,
it's all you.
I
It's all you.
appreciate it. I'm just really happy that we're finally seeing a game that we did not see yesterday. It's really refreshing to see 2 teams who have not played go up against each other. That first bunch of games, we mentioned it earlier, all those teams came from the same pool. Finally, Pool A versus Pool B, Purdue, Pool A, and then, of course, Illinois, Pool B.
It's worth mentioning that wasn't the plan. It just so happened to be that the seeds 1 through 8, after playing pool play, all just by coincidence forced matchups of the same pool. But for the rest of the way, it will be new opponents in every game that we have not seen yet this weekend. And so the first to kick us off in that is this Purdue team up against an Illinois team that fell in their semifinal matchup and was a blowout to Notre Dame. See if the Illini can get back to the way they know they can play. First, we get a stoppage.
Granted, that's a very good Notre Dame team. I was very impressed with what I saw out of them. And as for Purdue, well, they had a halftime lead on Indiana. I don't think either of us were really expecting that. Sean O'Donnell with 2 tries. Thought Purdue put in a great shift against the Hoosiers.
And Mike Murphy's going to set up O'Donnell for the first try of this one. The speedster to the back of the try zone and downs it. And so once again, Purdue is on the board first. And it was off the setup by Mike Murphy.
Yeah, Purdue, they're a team that is just so fast, so they thrive early in the game. I think the Boilermakers' strategy has to be maximizing this first half as much as they can, putting as many points on the board as possible. Head coach Steve Nicholson, sure, he emphasized that to his team because when you have a lot of speed, you eventually wear out throughout the game. Sevens is such a demanding sport in terms of cardio, and it always creates for a tough second half.
Yeah, they certainly faded as the day went on yesterday after nearly beating Michigan in their first game, really getting a baffling tie. It looked like they had won it on a walk-off try, but there was an issue with the clock. The referee said not so fast, and Michigan was able to scratch out a tie, and then Purdue unable to come up with a victory since then. Despite leading 14-0 in their last game, they start quick again. See if they can build off of that. See if Illinois can get back to their winning ways. The Fighting Illini, 1-2 yesterday. They won against Michigan State, fell to Notre Dame and Oregon, and then once again to the Irish earlier this morning. And both these teams, the best they can do is 5th place if they win out from here. 2 more games to go for both of them as there's Zach Meyer dicing his way through a hit and over midfield. Picked up by Madero. Razzo, one more, and now all the way out to the wing. Near the out-of-bounds line, still no flag in the air. Illini keep possession. Meyer goes back to the left for Pedro Madero. Taken down by John Kustra. Ball's free for a moment, rescued by Razzo. Now a tackle from behind as O'Donnell catches up to the ball carrier. Now out to the wing, good offload. And a score coming up for Presley Sayavong, who's been all over it today. And he downs it and gets Illinois on the board.
That's Sayavong's 2nd try of the day. Actually, as many tries as this Illinois team has. They only scored 1 against Notre Dame, and Sayavong was the scorer. Finding success out on the left wing.
Good looking offensive possession. And it's going to end with just 5 as the conversion kick falls short. We got 4 games in this window. After this one, the other consolation semifinal, Iowa, Michigan State. And then Notre Dame, Indiana at 12:20, starting off the winner's bracket semis. And then Oregon, Michigan. Then we take a break before the final game of the weekend for all of these teams. We will determine a placement for all of them, 1 through 8. We'll see how that differs from their pool play rankings. That'll be an interesting discussion as it's taken away briefly, but no, knock on called against Purdue is trying to break free was Keenan Brunetti. Scrum up coming from the center of the field, and under a minute to play in the half. 7-5 Purdue in front. Sean O'Donnell has all 3 tries for Purdue today. And Presley Sayavong all 2 tries for his Illini team.
That's a pretty fun stat out of all these guys on the turf.
Only 2 of them have found the try zone today. Mike Murphy trying to change that, kicking it ahead and chasing it down, but it's going to take a right turn and head towards the touchline. Feels like when we see that play, we hardly ever see it go back into the field of play. It always bends towards the sideline.
It does seem to be the case, and it's also worth mentioning for Purdue that they should have won that game against Indiana. I think the Hoosiers, of course, did play better in the second half, but there's some self-inflicted mistakes. Purdue let go of the ball in their own try zone, and then Indiana were just able to touch it down and score. So a couple of times where it was just head-scratching decisions by Purdue that led to Indiana winning.
And they certainly felt like they deserved to win a game in pool play as well, and they're going to take it all the way in. Purdue scores, I think. We don't have a signal yet. And there it is. It is a try. It's a hard hit in the try zone. But either way, Purdue strikes. The back pursuit from Zach Meyer causing a little bit of havoc. But the Boilermakers are on the board for the second time, and that will end the half. There's the official whistle. 14-5, Boilermakers in front. Looking for their first win of the weekend. Still have a half to go in this consolation semifinal. 9-point Purdue lead at the half. We've seen this before, Chris. It was 14-5 at the break last time these Purdue played, up by 9 against Indiana, unable to hold on. Let's see if they can change the narrative here against Illinois, who get the ball first and instantly turn it over.
I'm really curious to see how this turns out. Purdue have been the epitome of unlucky so far in this tournament. The Michigan game, where it was a tie, but we thought Purdue had won, and then
look at that speed for Brunetti, finding a crease that didn't even appear to be there. Keenan Brunetti. And best offensive output of the weekend for Purdue. They've tied it, and they have a chance to break it. They can convert this kick. And so an early second half score for the Boilermakers. And they haven't done much in the second halves of their games.
Well, yeah, just to backtrack on my thought there, they also had the game against Indiana just about an hour and a half ago where they were leading at halftime and just did nothing in the second half. No offensive output. So good to see for Purdue that they are now putting up some points in the second half, don't appear to be gassed. I think they played a little more conservative in the first half. They know they need to leave some more in the tank for the second. Exactly what they did. Good job by the head coach, Steve Nicholson, and then Brunetti making something out of nothing.
So with the kick going through, Purdue is at 21. It's the first time this week they've been above 20. Before that, they'd scored 19, 12, 5, and 14. So best offensive output for the Boilermakers, and a quick response coming for Brian Winstead. Being chased down, but he's going to get the edge. Go to the corner. Oh my goodness, I don't think he got in.
Just at the corner of the field. What a defensive effort by Purdue. I want to say that was...
It was O'Donnell. It was.
Who else?
What a pursuit. Just tackled out of bounds at about the 1 meter line. And best defensive play we've seen maybe all season, Chris.
Yeah, just the effort on that play. O'Donnell is playing with his heart on his sleeve. And regardless, even if Illinois scores here, it takes some valuable time off the clock for the Fighting Illini to even come back.
And they do score here, taking advantage of the turnover. Purdue once again unable to control the ball, and Illinois will take that, and they're suddenly back in it. 4:20 on the clock. Conversion no good. Remains an 11-point game. The time ticking down. Both these teams trying to advance to the 5th place game at 1:40 p.m. Loser would go to the 7th place game at 1:20. We are already back underway. Illinois wasting no time with the clock continuing to run. Here's O'Donnell. Tripped up. A nice tackle. Gets up quickly. Maybe a knock on there. Yes, indeed. As it was mishandled ever so briefly by Ethan Miller. Illinois moving with lots of pace now. Razzo gives it off. Sayavong trying to spin away from Ryan.
Nice stiff arm.
Tap and go for Winstead. Offloads it. Another offload to Antoine Johnson. Johnson's brought down. Sayavong takes it. Razzo has a man, gives it to Winstead. And another quick score for Illinois. They're back in it. Under 3 to play in a 1-possession game in the second half.
We've said it before, Purdue is not a second half team, and the try from Brunetti coming back to be very valuable right now, because without that, the Boilermakers are down.
And the conversion is through, so 4-point game, just a try, less than a full try separating these two teams down the stretch. See how quick Illinois continues to move.
Purdue keeps it close. That's one thing we've discussed with this team throughout the season. You can go back to their first game of the year against Aquinas. It was 17-14. Aquinas is a great rugby program. I mean, all these games, there's the biggest game that we were in terms of point differential was the Iowa game. It was 31-12. Other than that, usually 5 to 10 points separate Purdue whether they win or lose with their opposition.
Looking to get on the right side of a close one for the first time this weekend, and Brunetti striding his way all the way. Downs it for the try. The sophomore with the score, his second of the day.
Well, that about seals the deal. It's going to be very hard for Illinois to score 2 times. It's a 2-possession game now. Brunetti ran that one with some extra might. And fans weren't happy with the late tackle on Illinois.
No, but I think if you're Illinois, you know that the time is ticking. You got to do that.
No, 100%. I agree. Just a lot of Purdue fans in attendance today.
Under a minute to play, and Boilermakers, we said it at the break, Chris, they could be 2-2 right now. Instead, they're 0-3-1, looking to get in the win column for the first time.
I might raise you one, Charlie. They could be 2-2. I think they should be 2-2. I thought performance in the second half against Indiana was just disappointing. And then the Michigan game, not really sure what happened with the referee, but very confusing all around. Purdue players were stunned.
I think if I remember back to yesterday, players from the game after started pouring onto the field, and the referee had to say, no, get off. I think everyone thought the game was over, except for the one person whose opinion mattered the most. The only one with the official clock, though, so that's certainly, we're not sure whose kind of miscalculation of time, whether it was us or whether it was the ref or whether it was scoreboard. No matter what, game ended in a tie, and that's well in the rear view mirror now. Michigan trying to play for a championship in the semis, and Purdue trying to play for a 5th place finish. Time officially expired, and this one, only thing still in question, the final score. Razzo will give it to Johnson, who drops it for a knock-on. Purdue's going to get the ball. Actually, they won't even have to kick it out. The game will end right there. Boilermakers win their first of the weekend, and they advance to the 5th place game. And Chris, it feels like this was overdue for them.
Definitely. Well-deserved for Purdue. They've been chipping away all week long. I think the key for Purdue is now just having a well-balanced attack. A lot of times they were very reliant on Sean O'Donnell, and why not? He's one of the best players in the country, of course, with second team all Big Ten back in the fall, but of course, Brunetti now with 2 tries today. O'Donnell had one, and then another player couldn't really decipher who it was. Also chipped in with a try. It was actually number 23. We don't have a number 23 on our sheet, so even if we did, we don't know his name, but he scored as well. So good job from Purdue. 3 try scorers in that one, and they are marching on to the 5th place game.
They're going to play the winner of this one as we get set to watch Iowa take on Michigan State. The Spartans looking for their first win of the weekend, and Iowa looking for their first win since their second game when they beat Purdue in the game you mentioned a couple minutes ago, 31-12 spread. It'll be the Spartans who will kick it off first. Iowa coming off a 26-14 loss in the quarterfinals to Michigan. Michigan State, 14 points in a 38-14 defeat against the Oregon Ducks. Coming up after this one, we'll see Notre Dame and Indiana. And then after that, mentioned 2 winners, Michigan and Oregon. See who's going to play for a championship later this afternoon. And First, got to determine who else is in the 5th place game as it's up in the air, bobbled, but gathered in by the Hawkeyes, and we'll get to see their offense kind of a little scrambly to start. See if they can settle in against the Michigan State defense that has no real way to put it. They've been pretty vulnerable throughout the weekend.
Yeah, it stinks for Michigan State not to have Geronimo Balesti. I don't know if you remember him in the fall.
I
but
do.
Yeah, very familiar name here at Stinson Rugby Field. The best player probably for Michigan State back in the fall, right alongside Miles Bell, who is on the field, number 16 for Michigan State. But I mean, Balesti is a very physical presence. Not having him out is really going to hurt them. He's not on the roster for the Big Ten tournament.
The Spartans gave up 91 points, the most out of any team in the round robin, and then watched as Oregon dropped 38 on them in the quarterfinals. So the challenge for them will be keeping opponents off the board. They've done a decent job scoring, but plays like this have really hurt them as Heimer's trying to break free. Good backtrack. Spartans save that one.
Yeah, both teams with 5 losses now on the year. Actually, I think Iowa might have 6. But regardless, Iowa's got 6 wins compared to Michigan State's 0 wins. Still searching for that first.
We got a defensive penalty. So tap and go coming for Michigan State. Trying to get it across midfield for the first time. A nice breeze coming in through the window. And it's supposed to be warmer than yesterday when it's all said and done today. And there's you get a look at Miles Bell, as you mentioned, one of the best players in the Spartans team, dropping a pass. A little bit too far out in front, maybe got caught up in the wind. Just out of his reach, so it'll be a scrum. Still scoreless.
This is an Iowa team who put up 21 points against Iowa Statural Community College, the #1 team in the country, the team who won the Fighting Irish Sevens just 2 weeks ago here at Stinson Rugby Field. So they have the capability to hang with the best in the land. They got to show it now as they vie for that 5th place game.
And 5th place, no slouch of a performance, especially considering the competition that's here. At the host Irish, Indiana, always a great team. Oregon showing off, I would say, this weekend. And, beyond that, a lot of uncertainty. And it was Michigan who got the nod to advance to the semifinals. But certainly they're the underdogs to win it all. And beyond the top 3, I would say, it's very close.
Yeah, I would say there's a clear top 3 and then everybody else kind of grouped together. Anybody could beat anybody.
Indiana and Oregon both 5-0 or 4-0 right now. 2 days the weekend combined. How about that fake pass? And the Spartans are going to strike first. Just no defensive coverage.
Well, that's the issue with a scrum in sevens. You put about half the team in a scrum, and then they also had Michael Johnson right there in the mix. A nice little dummy. Michigan State fake left, went right, opening right side of the pitch. Nice movement as they take a lead.
It was Lucas Ring who fed it through the scrum, picked it up, and saw an open lane. So 7-0 Michigan State. If I'm not mistaken, this is the first time they've led in the weekend.
Yeah. One thing to note about Michigan State is most teams have one guy who scores the bulk of their tries, or at least 2. Michigan State, all their try scores have been different. No one has scored multiple tries so far on the day, and that even dates back to yesterday. Had a very well-balanced attack when they did attack, of course.
And only one man to beat for Abas Kemukai. Gives it off to his friend, and Austin Stanley is going to cut it back. One more offload is blocked. What a defensive play. Knock on, but Michigan State is okay with that. Iowa catches a break as they'll retain possession.
I don't know why Austin Stanley tried to offload that, Charlie. I think he had a wide open lane. He could have made it. He, of course, felt the pressure of the two guys, but he was about 5 meters away. You just got to dive in at that point.
Minute and a half to play. Ball's free for a second. Picked up. Scampering towards the try line is Michael Johnson. Still free. Now it's Sam Koval. Driven backward. Manages to go down and put the ball down.
Textbook tackling from Michigan State.
Here's Robbie Smith on the hit. Here's Heimer giving it off inside to Douglas with the stiff arm. Bulldozing, and he's in. A.J. Douglas with the score. And just a conversion away from tying the game with just under a minute to play in the first half.
A.J. Douglas is having a nice day. I don't know if you recall, but he is the guy who lifted up Heimer in the last game as they scored. Very physical presence and showing it off right there within the trenches.
Heimer's kick is good to tie the score. 7 apiece. And it's the first matchup of the weekend between these two teams. All the rest of the games we're going to see today until a potential championship are new matchups. At least these next 4 are. I suppose after that, you don't know based on the winners. We hope to see some new ones, though, Chris. I know you do, and I'm in agreement with that.
I think right now it looks like it's going to be either Notre Dame or Oregon. It's going to take an upset to knock either one of those teams off the podium.
Notre Dame is going to be a great game. Hoosiers
it will be.
Haven't been dominating teams, but they are undefeated right now. Notre Dame with the loss to the Ducks, and the Ducks undefeated. In the top 3 seemingly separating themselves, but Michigan's still there. See if they can hang around.
Well, in pool play, Indiana scored 49 points, which actually was only 3rd in Pool A, and despite that, they still topped the group. Meanwhile, in Pool B, Oregon and Notre Dame both scored above 90 points. Now, granted, Indiana's defense led up the least out of any team, but offense sometimes does win championships in rugby sevens.
And we get a little offense there down the right side for the Spartans, and a try scored to end the half. 12-7 Michigan State, and barring a miraculous conversion, that will be the score heading to break.
Sorry, that's got to be the 5th time we've seen the buzzer beater try right at the half. I'm not keeping tally of it, but I feel like it's every game.
Well, the way rugby sevens is designed, needing a dead ball to end a half, one of the most common dead balls is off a score. So there you have it. 12-7 going to break. Michigan State looking to advance to the 5th place game. Second half of this losers bracket semifinal. Iowa and Michigan State jousting for the right to play in the 5th place game. Loser would play in the dreaded 7th place game. This one's kicked ahead, but the wind is going to knock it down. Wow, you're getting a look at wind blowing, very much affecting the offense there. That ball barely made it to the 22. It was a pretty good boot. Just got hung up.
Yeah, this American flag is moving to the right of us here in the press box. Moving out towards the highway.
In the direction towards Iowa's backs right now, and Carter Stoley is not in for the try, but with the penalty and playing with advantage, Iowa will get a tap and go. Landon Simiel diving for the score. Simiel wearing number 4. We thought it was A.J. Douglas, but we've received correction from one of the fans. Thank you very much for pointing that out to us. We do apologize for the mistake. On the roster we were given, A.J. Douglas is in the number 4 spot, but obviously changes throughout a weekend, throughout even a game, and Iowa coaching staff choosing to go with Simiel at number 4, and he's making an impact. A couple tries today. And the most recent one to put Iowa on top after the successful conversion.
Michigan State has battled. We have yet to see them be this close in a game. But it's that missed conversion kick coming back to haunt them right now.
You can't really fault them for the miss, though. It was that one at the end of the first half from all the way out wide.
I mean, tough angle, but it's always unfortunate if you're a team and you miss it.
Here goes Kemokai. How did he find space there? Abas Kemokai for the score.
Well, I'll tell you, Charlie, the sun is out. I think that played a big factor in Michigan State not being able to manage the kick in. Iowa, they're not going to complain. Michigan State's eyes are in the sun, though, and the wind is blowing on the backs of Iowa.
I think the wind is playing a bigger factor than we first realized, Chris. I'm thinking back to the Purdue-Indiana game where all but 5 of the points were scored by the team with the wind at their back. In the last game between Michigan, or not in the last game, yeah, between Purdue and Illinois, Purdue did most of their work with the wind at their backs. And right now in this game, Michigan State off to a strong start when they were heading to our left. And then as soon as Iowa gets to go their way after the direction change, they score 14 straight points, 12 straight points after the missed conversion.
That's a great point, Charlie. And it's so hard to run against the wind as well. It's not even just how the ball moves, but
kick against the wind, too.
Down.
Knock on against Michigan State. Scrum upcoming. 3.5 to play. Iowa ahead by a full 7. Coming up next, Notre Dame and Indiana. Trip to the championship for the winner. And a spot in the bronze medal game for the loser. Try for Iowa. After they make a sub, fresh legs onto the pitch, it's actually going to be Carter Stoley. Just untouched through that Michigan State defense, knifing his way through. And a 2-score advantage for the Hawkeyes. They've been all over it in this second half.
Really impressive from Stoley to cut through 3 guys en route to the try. Just a dynamo running through the Michigan State defense.
Made it look easy, did the freshman. So now 17 unanswered points, 19 make it in the half. After Michigan State led after 7 minutes, it's really fallen apart for them once they've had the wind in their face.
Iowa definitely a more talented team, of course, but they also have way more experience in sevens this year. Heading into the tournament, they had already played 8 games, and I mentioned their game against ICCC, but also against some other good schools such as Missouri, Wyoming, and Minnesota, top rugby schools.
A lot of green in the stands below us, a lot of red on the fence to our right as the fans in attendance get ready for our next game. Championship implications on the line. And an unsuccessful scrum for the Hawkeyes as it was played out to the left side now for Michigan State, trying to find the edge. Kemokai makes a tackle. Ball stays in touch though, in bounds.
Lovely ball movement from Michigan State, working it from the middle out to the left side of the pitch.
Now they move it towards the near side. Under 30 seconds to play. Iowa looking to advance and play against Purdue for 5th place. Forward pass. So Michigan State will get one more chance to score. Just 10 seconds remaining. Looks like the Spartans are going to head to the 7th place game and a matchup with Illinois. And Purdue awaiting this Iowa team. Purdue and Iowa have played, with Iowa winning 31-12. Here go the Spartans in for the score, and it's Ring again. Dodges his way to the center and downs it for his second of the game. Conversion's good. Final score. Iowa wins 26-19 and advance to the 5th place game. And take on the Boilermakers. Michigan State falls. And they will play in the 7th place game against Illinois, whom they've already lost to 19-14 in pool play.
Love what I saw out of Lucas Ring in that one. 2 tries, as you said, Charlie. He's a guy who has lived overseas. He spent some time in Mexico and England for long periods of times, and then a short stint in China and France as well. So he has his international playing experience. He's the senior captain and showing his class in that one. Tough loss for Michigan State, of course, but it's always good to see some players step up to the plate and have a good showing. That's exactly what Lucas Ring did. As for Iowa, thought they played really well, just all around. I mean, they controlled that game from the jump. Michigan State did get out to the lead early on, but Iowa did not falter. They did not waver. They hung with them, and they had a well-deserved win.
Now we get to see a classic rivalry matchup on Stinson Rugby Field. This one always brings out the best of both teams, as after the handshakes between Michigan State and Iowa, those teams exit. Notre Dame and Indiana take center stage in the 2-3 semifinal matchup. Notre Dame 3-1 coming off a 31-5 win. Indiana 4-0 coming off a 17-14 comeback win. Hoosiers the higher seed, Notre Dame the home team. Referee blows his whistle. Philip Guinan kicks it away, and we are underway in the semifinal. And a knock-on in the first few seconds as the kick was dropped by Indiana, and a quick chance for the Irish. It's the lift to receive that kick at a high point, unable to connect.
These two teams last squared off in sevens, April 14th, 2024, almost a year ago today. Indiana was victorious 19-10.
Now that was en route to coming up just short in this tournament to Penn State, and Guinan splits the D. Philip Guinan, that took just 47 seconds.
Guinan was the anchor for the scrum, able to retrieve the ball, and I don't know how he did that one. Magic feat. Around 4 Indiana defenders in and out, and gets a standing ovation from a lively home crowd.
Certainly has filled in most of the Indiana fans realizing this and standing on the fence out of the way. Guinan completes the 7-point play. And the dream start for Notre Dame. Already 7 points on the board against a defense that has only allowed 31 through 4 games. Now 38 through 4 plus. Guinan kicks it away again. Wynn taking it, it's free. Picked up by the Irish. They managed to stay in bounds. And you can see the wind really playing a factor, Chris. You really can.
Yeah, you can, and another thing that might play a factor is Zach Banton is now on the pitch.
Here's Guinan, though, surrounded by 3 white jerseys. He's going to have to go down before he goes out, and he does. Here's Banton in the middle. Zach Banton breaks a tackle. He's being dragged by his pants. The moon was out last night. The moon was out again today. And Zach Banton scores.
That is the darnest thing I've ever seen on a rugby field. Oh, my goodness. Smiles all around for Notre Dame.
Full moon last night means was the spring moon. It was the first full moon of spring. The pink moon is what it was called. And we just saw the second full moon of spring on the try scored by Zach Banton. 14-0 Irish. And you got to give credit to the tackle attempt from the Indiana player, doing literally everything to hold on to the speedster.
I think Zach Banton's going to want to tie his pants now.
Happy to say that the stream did pick up a little bit of that. I guess I shouldn't be happy to say that, but quite a humorous scene in South Bend. This time Indiana gets the kick right.
And I just said, Charlie, Zach Banton's now on the pitch. That is going to be a key difference for Notre Dame from the first game. He's electric. Jackson Graham's not. They kind of rotate the two guys.
Oh, nice cut, but an even better tackle by Banton. As nearly breaking free was Michael Cabreros. Joey Rice moves it along. Reese, excuse me. He has it back, trying to shed a hit of Andrew Packard. And penalty against for Notre Dame, I should say, and they get the ball right back. Jennings to Banton. Banton's trying to get the edge, tiptoes, and jumps his way into the try zone for the 3rd score for Notre Dame. And the Indiana staff extremely unhappy with the officiating right now. They are quickly behind by 19. How did he stay in bounds?
He's so agile and just such an impressive job from Banton. But Notre Dame working the ball and count the amount of offloads from the touch and go. We got 1, 2, and call it 3. Zach Banton then runs it in from about 35 meters out.
Something just fell behind us.
Yeah,
no worries. We don't have an immediate thunderstorm. There's a lot of wind, as we mentioned.
Apologize for that sound. Bit of a jump scare for me.
Got us. Yeah, got us for sure. 4th kick already for Guinan. This one a lot deeper. See if Indiana can finally get their offense going. They haven't really had the ball for more than 15 seconds, it feels like. Here's Hannon. Go out to the wing for Cabreros. Cabreros gets the edge once, tries to cut it back, and Banton strips it from him. Also helped by the tackle of Patrick Jennings. A counter ruck, well done by Indiana, and they're going to force a turnover. Great work by Hannon causing havoc.
Yeah, all Tommy Hannon on that one. Moves Notre Dame back. He's not the biggest guy in the world, but Tommy Hannon loves a strong tackle.
Even better counter ruck also involved there was number 14, Nate Meyer, making the play. So first turnover forced by this Indiana defense. Zach Benton's going to exit for the last minute. Certainly expect to see him back for the second half. Re-entry is possible. Each team gets 5 substitutions. So Benton exits, that's 1. If he comes back in, that's 2. You got to be judicious with how you use him. All these teams do, and all these coaches very smart, very prepared. And here come the Hoosiers. Cabreros. One more pass. No one for Joey Reese to go to. Now he finds somebody. Couple nice juke moves. And Indiana quickly near the 22. 20 seconds to play in the half. And another offensive penalty. Another mistake, and it's the Irish defense coming to play. They lead 21-0 with 5 seconds in the first half. Looks like they're going to be content to kill the rest of the time and kick it out. There's the halftime whistle. Notre Dame, a statement in the first half. They lead by 3 scores after 7 minutes, but still have to play, and the team's about to switch sides, which we've seen makes a big difference. So stay with us. It's going to be a good second half. Team switch sides as we get set for the second half in the 3-versus-2 semifinal. Opening kick by the Hoosiers, despite having the wind at their backs, is not going to make it far enough. And so Notre Dame will get it from midfield. Notre Dame players yelling out some sort of set play, it seems like.
I think they're saying Viper.
We'll have to see what Viper is.
But
anyway, it's another mistake for Indiana, and I was thinking at halftime, like, the wind is really a big factor here. At half, we saw a tent, the Michigan rugby tent, go flying, and you know I'm a sucker for a Havoc tent.
It's not quite the same as Xavier's tent just 2 weeks ago, but it was close. That was really fun to witness.
I do remember the Xavier tent debacle, and the Michigan tent, some Iowa players kind of helped that not fly too far, but it did do a couple flips and turns before being reset up. And a penalty against Notre Dame now on offense. Luke Peters along the far side, just barely staying in bounds. So with the wind at their backs, we'll see what the Hoosiers offense can do. Still scoreless right now. Here's Parker Wall. trying to bounce to the edge. He's going to kick it. It's going to go off a Notre Dame player and out. So we line out coming as it went off Matt Williams and into touch.
Parker Wall usually just runs straight to the try zone there, but he met his match. Patrick McKenzie, another physical presence for this Notre Dame team, and probably the strongest guy Wall has had to go against.
Trying to get the clock updated for you. Button technology issue not working, but try to get that updated as Parker Wall trying to break through. He's going to find a teammate, and it's brought in for the score. And a quick response in the second half for Indiana. And they're on the board.
And it was Tommy Hannon to orchestrate about 2 or 3 offloads there. A clever no-looker as well. As Indiana starting to chip away here. It's going to be tough, though. I mean, not much time left on the clock. That's why sevens is such a quick game. You got to go with urgent speed, and they took about 2 minutes to score their first try.
It was Owen Welburn getting it in, freshman out of my hometown of Rye, New York. As it heads out of bounds. Another kick goes out. Substitution coming for Notre Dame, who, by the way, did not put Banton back in. They've kept him out. Guinan now exits.
They want to rest Banton, I imagine, for the championship game. Got to make sure he's healthy and ready to go. They lost in the fall. Notre Dame played Ohio State in the 15s Big Ten championship game. It was a heartbreaker against a team they beat in the regular season.
And what a matchup that was. I don't know. Chris, to me, it's too early to start looking ahead to the championship. See, maybe it's just scheduled rest for Banton. So we see what the rest of the Irish can do. Here's Andrew LaFranchi.
Now they're 3.5 minutes away if they can hold out here.
Another turnover, though. Here comes the Indiana offense. But they commit the knock-on on the low pass, and Tommy Hannon unhappy as he delivered it towards the ankles of his intended target. 21-7 the score. Still just a 2-possession game with just over 3 minutes to play in the half. And a scrum coming for Notre Dame, looking to bleed the clock as much as possible, playing with their face in the wind. And the home crowd below them in support. Good, decent Indiana support as well. And they take it away off the scrum, and now numbers out wide. Joey Reese gives it off. And Keeler is in, and all of a sudden, Chris, we got a game.
Yeah, I definitely spoke too soon, I'll admit. 21-12. And Indiana does have time. 2.5 minutes left on the clock. They got to move with pace, though. Meanwhile, for Notre Dame, defensively, you can't allow wide open opportunities for Indiana on either side of the pitch.
Good looking kick, but it's no good. So it stays a 2-possession game, which is a big deal with 2:15 to play.
Yeah, that's a huge break for the Irish.
All 33 points in this game have been scored to our left. And you give me a sense of how the elements play a factor.
I mean, Notre Dame hasn't even gotten into their own attacking half yet. I
Good
don't think
kick,
they've
too,
crossed.
from the Hoosiers, and they take the ball. Welburn recovered it. Hannon fakes the offload, maybe a crease. Being grabbed by his right hand, gives it behind him. Another offload, quickly out to the wing. Keeler going to be wrapped up. Still plenty of time for Indiana looking to mount the comeback. In the dirt, but scooped up well. Indiana just gets down, nearly breaking through is Reese. Finally tackled by Packard. Hannon is going to try to kick it. And it's going to work. No signal, though, from the official.
Ball was dropped. It's a 50-50 right now. Looks like Notre Dame has it.
What a defensive play temporarily for the Irish. We'll see what stands. He's going to get confirmation from the line judge. Maybe going to call a try. Now he's going to call a knock-on against Indiana.
Wow.
What a defensive stand for Notre Dame.
Yeah, Connor Mulligan at the forefront of it was able to pick up the ball to prevent Indiana from scoring the try.
That is some unbelievable pursuit. And good job by the referee crew to discuss it and get it right as according to both of their views of the play, the side judge and the main referee. And that just may be it. 20 seconds to play in the half. And we get a stoppage. Clock continues to tick. It is unofficial, of course. There was a little bit of clock issue at the beginning of the half, so we're guessing it's around 3 seconds left. Ball's free again. Indiana picks it up. Patrick McKenzie wants a call, or maybe he's just trying to stay on sides. A lot of confusion, and try, yes. Hoosiers are in for the score. And is there time remaining is the question. Based on the reaction of the players on the field, I think the answer is no.
Oh, yeah, you cannot.
There's the final whistle, and it's over. Notre Dame hangs on. They bend but do not break, and they win based on their kicking. 21-17, they go to the finals. And Indiana goes to the bronze medal game. What a treat that was, Chris.
What a treat. That was such a fun game. Going back to the first half, everything was Zach Banton, the full moon that appeared in the first half. And then meanwhile, in the second, Indiana, it was a great battle from them. They were able to claw their way back into the game. They used a win to their advantage, as we were both talking about. But it was that Notre Dame defense, bend, not breaking.
Both teams with 3 tries, but Indiana only 1 for 3 kicking. Did you foreshadow that? I think you did.
I did. Well, see, that's the thing with Indiana. They have been very inefficient with their kicking game all tournament long so far. You can go back to yesterday. They were 2 for 4 in the first game, and just a lot of times, Tommy Hannon, who usually has their kicking duties down pat, he's usually one of the better guys in the Big Ten, just a couple of slip-ups, and he was great in the field, but kicking is a huge part of rugby, especially when you get into those tightly contested games.
I think also you got to realize that all 3 of Notre Dame's scores, they were able to center it before downing it, whereas 2 out of 3 scores for the Hoosiers were on the wings. So you, of course, take the 5 when you can get it, but unable to turn it into 7, and that came back to bite them. So Notre Dame advances to the championship game to play the winner of this one between Oregon and Michigan, and we are underway. Wolverines, the 4 seed, coming off a victory against Iowa, 26-14. Oregon, big winners over Michigan State, 38-14, and that's the tale of the tape how these 2 teams got here. Wolverines went 1-1-1 in pool pay. Oregon undefeated, and the Ducks are going to get on the board first. It's Mahaffey on the wing. Less than a minute in, Oregon on top.
Mahaffey had 2 in the first game of the day for Oregon, adds to his tally. Now he's got 3, which leads the team for Championship Sunday, having himself 2 solid performances back-to-back. And we were talking earlier, this Oregon team is dangerous to have the most points for heading in to today. They scored 94 points yesterday.
The kick is good. What a kick. Brooke Fisher. That was very impressive.
Yeah, Fisher just reels that one in. That was a pun, by the way.
I know.
You can smile.
I know. It was the way you stopped your sentence that gave it away.
Yeah, I wanted to hopefully get a chuckle out of you, but or you guys back home watching. if you're into those puns. But yeah, excellent from Brooks Fisher. Wow.
You
I mean,
think he
near
goes?
impossible angle.
You think he goes to the pond to fish, or you think he goes to the brook?
Oh.
Oh, that was terrible.
Yeah, I don't know about that one, but hey, I respect the effort.
7-0 Oregon. We'll get back to regularly scheduled programming here as Taishi Kanoiki gives it to Fisher off one more now to the wing. On the far side, Michigan ball's loose. But it was knocked on.
Well, who can maximize their half? Oregon has a chance here, and then Michigan in the second half with the win to their back. We've only really seen tries in this left side try zone because of the wind.
Now a knock on against the Ducks, and you raise a great point. If Michigan can keep it competitive, as we saw in the last game, really, if they can keep it within 3 tries, they give themselves a real chance to make a comeback with the wind at their backs, and urgency a factor.
Exactly. They pretty much both have one chance. Oregon, you got a chance in the first half. Score as many points as you can. Michigan, in the second, let's see what you can do.
Of course, some teams you've seen are good enough, doesn't matter what side they're going, but certainly helps to have the wind at your back. See what the Spartans can do right now. They just stay in bounds. Loughnane picked it up off the ground on the pass from Sam Glusker. Here's Reagan Plank.
Nice switch.
Zanna back to Plank with a little bit of space. Being chased down by Prentice, but Plank is going to dodge him. And Michigan is on the board.
Michigan with some nice offloads from the near side of the field all the way to the dugout. And because of that, they draw the Oregon defense apart. They become unorganized. Reagan Plank says, thank you very much, takes it to the try zone.
Conversion, though, off the upright from a decent angle. So a crucial miss. Keeps Oregon in front, 7-5. But Michigan in it, playing, let's call it the bad side. Let's just say it as it is. Keeping it very competitive in a game where they are heavy underdogs. Both these teams trying to advance to play Notre Dame in the championship game. Loser gets a very tough third-place draw against Indiana. Kanoiki gives it off. Couple offloads from the Ducks. And space to cut through and find a gap. Oregon, what a response they've been. The team that's been able to respond all weekend, and they do it again.
Yeah, really nice dummy from Ethan Sherman. He had a try against Notre Dame yesterday. And it was that fake pass that allowed him to sprint and win the sprint all the way to the try zone. And you said it, Charlie, the response to this team, I mean.
I feel like every time they give up a try, they come right back and score one themselves. Yeah. Incredible the way they're able to take their opponent's kicks and turn it into offense.
It's also a 2-possession game, which is worth noting because of the missed conversion from Michigan.
Nine-point lead, and Oregon kicking it off. Michigan will play with advantage. Oh, excuse me. They will not play with advantage. Look like it was knocked on originally by Oregon. In fact, yes, there. So originally it was knocked on by Oregon. Then it was knocked on by Michigan. The referee signals Oregon ball, then changes once he realizes. So out of all of that, scrum for the Wolverines. Because again, in a series of knock-ons, penalties, whatever, you always go back to the first one. Nice pass from, and into the hands of Loughnane being chased. He's going to slide down. Great back pursuit. I believe that was Cormac O'Flaherty on the back pressure. Michigan bench wants a yellow card. They're not going to get it. Here's Reagan. He's taken down after he was the one who set up Loughnane on that last play. Michigan inside the 5 as the clock ticks down inside 5. Here's Plank. Plank near the try line, and he's in. Reagan Plank.
Plank's third try of the day. Nice little cut to set that one up. Shift of direction. Gives Michigan a very good chance as they head into the second half with the wind at their back now, Charlie. What a performance by the Wolverines in the first to stick with the Ducks.
They're within 4 at half. 14-10, Oregon lead, but the teams will switch sides. And who knows what the second half holds. Seven minutes to go in the semifinal round. If you're just joining us, we had the quarterfinals earlier this morning. Michigan and Oregon, the two teams battling it out right now. They were victorious, as well as Notre Dame and Indiana. Notre Dame is in the championship game. Indiana in the third place game. Fifth place game will feature Purdue and Iowa. Seventh place game, Illinois and Michigan State. Michigan bench up and loud. They know that they're very much alive in this one.
It's weird because Oregon has a lead, but it feels like an uphill battle for them, or at least ahead of them in the second half.
Completely agree with. Now they're trying to score with their wind at their face. Michigan, all the momentum after scoring at the end of the second half. It's really hard to believe, in my opinion, that Oregon is winning this game. It doesn't feel like it at all, as you mentioned. That was questionable whether that was forward or not. Referee will let him play on, and nearly a big hit on Maximo Nelson, who just gets it off before he's taken down. Sam Plockmeyer. Now penalty. And disagreeing with the call is the Michigan bench.
Yeah, Christian Mentzer, their head coach,
not happy.
Yelling from the dugout.
So big early stop for Oregon. See if they can buck the trend of the sides. Kanoiki nearly. He gives it off. Oh, there's a big hit. Oh, it looked like a dangerous looking odd man attack. And they will give it to Tino Mahaffey. And Mahaffey tiptoes. And look at the ref jump over the tackler. Just as Mahaffey did. And Oregon, a silencer. The response again.
Mahaffey's 4th try of the day. That guy runs like a gazelle, or a gazelle, excuse me. I don't know how to say that.
I think
animal's name.
gazelle is right.
Anyways, he runs like...
But I knew what you meant.
Yes, he runs like a gazelle. Just super long strides. Doesn't look like he's sprinting at full speed, but he is just so much faster. Runs with ease, and that's what the best runners look like.
Mahaffey been an impact player all weekend for the Ducks, the junior out of Lake Oswego, Oregon, of both Mexican and American descent. Number 22 in the white jerseys. If I'm not mistaken, Chris, the first time we saw Oregon this weekend, they had green on, and ever since they've been rocking these whites.
It's because they went against Notre Dame, who were in their Masters green yesterday, as you called it. Which is ironic because Notre Dame today not wearing Masters green when it's literally Masters Sunday. So don't know why that is, but I like the Notre Dame green, as we talked about a lot yesterday. I'm a big fan of those jerseys.
And if Michigan were to win this game, either they or Notre Dame would have to change uniforms, or else it would be kind of the same shade of blue on the same shade of blue. That was a dangerous-looking tackle. Plank trying to burst through. Look at the rugby ball bounce. You never know where it's going to go next. Mahaffey with a tackle. Michigan will get a tap and go from their offensive 10-meter line. Plank to Lockney, and he's wrapped up by O'Flaherty for a loss. Couple juke moves from Mike Chris-Molly, number 2, into the game. Chris-Molly has it back, being forced back by his own teammate. And there's some miscommunication and some unhappiness between some of the Michigan players as they turn it over on offense again. So scrum coming for the Ducks, and this game bucking the trend of the previous ones, that's for sure. As Oregon been in control in this half despite moving left to right. They win the scrum easily. O'Flaherty. Couple nice moves. Quick passes, knocked down. Oregon plays with advantage after the Michigan knock on. Stiff arm from Cole Rafferty. Here's Mahaffey. Rafferty again, still on his feet. Tackled by Plank. Last man to get him. Had a chance at him. Ethan Sherman knocks his man over. Ball's loose. Sherman gets back on it.
Nice defense from Michigan.
Can't do that, and so it'll be Michigan ball. They got to go quick. They need 2 scorers in the last 90 seconds. Spinning away is Zana. Another stoppage. Locknane picks it up and goes quickly into a sea of white. Gives it off. Stiff arm from Zana. Will go to the ground with it on a nice tackle. Good work by the defense to stay with him. Another penalty against the Michigan offense. Zana the guilty party. Oregon in the counterattack. High tackle. It's going to get called. Under a minute to play in this semifinal game. Oregon in control. Looking for another comfortable win. Looking to go to 5-0 on the weekend.
Both teams look tired. He's got to dig deep here.
Nice move by O'Flaherty. Stiff arm against Plank. And the dagger. Cormac O'Flaherty jogging his way in. And that's going to ice it and send Oregon to the championship game.
O'Flaherty had 2 against Michigan State. He's got his third adding to his collection on the day. And it's been him and Mahaffey who have just been the two stars for this Oregon team. Really impressed with what they've been able to do in the second half. We were really concerned about the wind playing a factor. Oregon putting an end to those discussions.
It's still whipping, too, so give credit to the Ducks championship caliber team doing it against the conditions after they were at best. They were ahead after the first half, but the tries in the game were 2-2. Just the conversions were a different story. But in this half, it's been all Ducks. And still haven't let Michigan get in the try zone.
They have to play Notre Dame next, who have looked great today. And that game yesterday was probably the best one we've seen in terms of talent level and also excitement. I mean, it was 31-28. Notre Dame came back. They were down by a lot. Oregon was dominating. Notre Dame stormed back, comeback, then fell short as the Ducks found the try zone. But that was a great game in the second slate of games from Saturday night.
Yeah, that championship game rematch is going to be at 2:20 p.m. after the 7th, 5th, and bronze medal games, and it's going to feature Notre Dame and Oregon. Here's Loughnane trying for a late score, dishes it off. Santa has it. One more pass. See if Michigan can score late. Chris Molly, nice find, Plank. Nice juke. And he's got the hat trick. It won't matter in terms of placement, but Michigan does get on the board in the second half and have a little bit of good mojo going into third place game against the very stingy Hoosiers at 2 p.m. But moral of the story, Chris, Oregon wins. They're 5-0 and they're going to the championship.
Yeah, Oregon have been the best team this weekend. They deserve to be in the championship game, and now they have a chance to win their first ever Big Ten championship. They won in 2021 and 2023 out on the West Coast. Now they're in the Big Ten, though, and they got a chance to win in their debut.
That's going to do it. We're going to take another 20-minute break. When we return, it's the 7th place game between Illinois and Michigan State at 1:20. Stay with us. We only have 4 games left today, and they're all going to be good ones. And we're into the final four. Final four games of the 2025 Big Ten Sevens Championship Weekend at Stinson Rugby Field in South Bend, Indiana. The fourth time this field is hosting this event. 2022, Indiana victorious. 2023 and 2024, Penn State on top. Neither of those teams are going to win it all today. But before we get to the championship game at 2:20, we have to play three others and get the entire seeding for the Big Ten in sevens this weekend. Right now, we've got Illinois and Michigan State battling it out for 7th place. Illinois 1-4, most recently lost to Purdue 28-17, and Michigan State 0-5, coming off of a loss to Iowa by just one score. Charlie Morris alongside my partner Chris Daly. And Chris, as we get set for the 7th place game, obviously our eyes are of course focused on the games to come, the 5th, 3rd, and then championship game. And just your thoughts on the weekend, the day so far, anything you want to share?
It's been a really successful weekend. I've really enjoyed seeing these Pool A versus Pool B matchups. It's been a lot of fun seeing games that we didn't see on Saturday, and I also like the format of this tournament with everything going on campus with the Holy Half in the morning, the blue and gold game in the afternoon. Notre Dame and the Big Ten decided to push back the start time to an evening start time, so it was not a full day tournament. I really like that. Splits it up and makes for 2 exciting days rather than just one.
I would agree. The only thing I would say is there's been a lot of games between teams multiple times. With the way the pool setup was, the pools were just there for round robin show. The actual seedings ended up being on a 1 through 8 despite there being 2 pools of 4 teams. So as it ended up, the quarterfinals featured matchups that we've already seen before, as will the next 4 games. Illinois and Michigan State previously played in pool play on Saturday night, with the Illini winning 19-14. The 5th place game coming up right after this is between Purdue and Iowa, which the Hawkeyes won 31-12. The 3rd place game for the bronze medal between Indiana and Michigan. That one happened on Saturday as well, with Indiana winning 10-5. And it's going to be Michigan State who are going to get on the board first. That was about 70 meters from start to finish on the run. And the Spartans strike first.
Yeah, bounced off a few tackles. Great job. It was off the line out that Michigan State scored. Make the easy things look easy. So Michigan State does. And they strike first.
And they capitalize off the Illinois turnover, leading to that line out. It'll be 5-0 Spartans. And who else but Robbie Smith scoring the try, number 12 in the black with the green shoulders. So 5-0 Michigan State about halfway through this first half, and they're going to choose to kick it deep. Here comes Pedro Madero for Illinois. A couple nice cuts. Still on his feet, finally dropped to the ground. Rescued by Logan Woodward. Getting into some action, number 18 in white. Here's Zach Meyer to the far side. Peyton Sirota gives it back to Meyer. Stiff arm Smith before he's tackled. Here's Woodward. Nice pass to Winstead. Breaks an ankle tackle in the middle for Sayavong. Jacob Razzo back to Sayavong. Space perhaps for Sirota. Sayavong in the middle. This Michigan State defense holding strong right now. Razzo skip pass all the way out wide. Nice find to Pedro Madero, who's going to take it to the corner and score. Madero off the setup from Razzo. And the game is tied in this first half.
It's a fantastic offload over the heads of a few Michigan State defenders. This is a tough conversion kick, but one that could play crucial. We've seen players make this before.
No good from Razzo, so it stays 5-5. Minute 20 to go in the half. Both these teams playing their final games of action this weekend. Illinois, only one win. That came against this Michigan State team in pool play. Michigan State still winless on the weekend, but their offense has shown signs of life today, Chris. 33 combined points for them.
Yeah.
After just 21 in 3 games yesterday. Now they drop
Really
the kickoff.
Impressed with their performances today, just based off of yesterday, but I've also been impressed with Sayavong.
Yeah, he's going to down it, take advantage of the muffed kick. Presley Sayavong in and puts Illinois on top, and 10 straight points for the Illini in the span of a minute.
He scored 2 against Purdue, and now he's got another one against Michigan State, but he is at the heartbeat of every single offensive possession for the sole reason he has the ability to exploit the gaps in the opposition.
No good on the conversion. 10-5 at the half.
There's a couple of happy Michigan State fans. We could hear them all celebrating after the miss there.
They still trail 5. We head to halftime in the 7th place game. Michigan State kicking off. The wind at their backs, and it's going to go straight into touch. That starts the second half here at Stinson Rugby Field. Spartans trailing 10-5 in this 7th place game. Now, coming into the weekend, Chris, you thought Illinois maybe a little bit of an upset pick. It just hasn't come together for the Illini this weekend, and now looking to salvage it with a win here in this one. You know, overall, a very disappointing showing from them after some promise both in the fall and last year at this event.
Yeah, a lot of promise, especially in that Big Ten tournament. back in the fall for 15s. Now 81 in the Rugby Hawk rankings. It's just not clicking as a team for them, but I have been impressed with certain bright spots. We talked about it just before coming on to break. It was Sayavang. He scored a try. He had 2 in the first game. He's been somebody who's been spectacular all day long for them and one of the better players at this event.
We started this offensive possession. That's going to end in a try for Zach Meyer. Finally touches it down. 15 unanswered points for the Illini. You mentioned it. They were a good team this fall in the 15s format, but it just hasn't come together for them against Big Ten competition.
Yeah, they were 5-5-1 back in the fall. They actually beat Michigan State 24-17 on November 10th.
And they beat them 19-14 earlier this weekend in one of the pool play games yesterday. So they've been playing them close. Nice conversion kick for Razzo, knocks it through. Now a 12-point spread.
Well, they also beat Michigan State back in October, so they played them 2 times in the fall. And they beat the Spartans in that first affair 67-21. I don't think we're going to see 67 points today, but it was definitely convincing. But as you were saying, Charlie, they were definitely a very solid team. I mean, just above 500 back in the fall.
Another knock on. Michigan State really struggling to receive kickoffs right now. .420 in the second half, and scrum upcoming for Illinois, who's going to feed it through. And this is the 7th place game. After this, 3 more games this weekend. Purdue and Iowa for 5th. Indiana and Michigan for the bronze. Notre Dame and Oregon for the championship before the 2025 season at Stinson Rugby Field is over. And the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel will go into hibernation until next year.
Yeah, it's going to be sad. I'll miss it, but it's also the last game for a lot of seniors for Notre Dame on this field. You look at Patrick McKenzie, of course. We talked about Christian Barnsley, who broke his collarbone, unfortunately, yesterday, but he was a great player for the Irish. And then a few more. Jackson Graham, who's had a spectacular tournament.
Michigan knocks it on in their own try zone, so it'll come out to the 5-meter line, and Illinois in prime position to strike again. I'll get you a couple updates here on the JV side of the bracket once this offensive possession is over, as the JV tournament has concluded. That's a strong tackle. And another strong tackle on Sirota, but he completes the pass to Madero, and Madero's going to go. Impressive tackling, but even more impressive ball movement for the Illini.
Yeah, really impressive. Changing on a dime, and that one offload, just a heap, bit of a prayer. The prayer was answered by Sirota. And then Madero to drive it in. This is a nice way to go out, though, if you're Illinois. We talked about some of their issues, but have a convincing 22-5 lead and ending on a high, which is always the way you want to end your weekend.
Sure looks like they're going to lock down 7th. Razzo with another good kick to stretch the lead to 19, which would mean Michigan State would fall to 8th place. As the final few minutes tick off the clock, we're at 100 seconds to go. And over on the JV side, there were 6 different schools, 7 teams, as Indiana brought 2. Notre Dame getting the bronze. Indiana winning the championship over Purdue, who gets 2nd. And when Michigan State can receive the kickoffs, they are a good team, and they're proving it right here on a long run by Blake Vera. And don't turn it off just yet. Michigan State into double digits. Doesn't get much more quick and efficient than that for the freshman.
Yeah, conversion kick is wide right, but it's a lovely try from Michigan State, and it does not get easy as easy as that because, or it does not get any easier. I mean, Illinois goes right up to them, and they just stopped. I don't know what Illinois were really thinking there. Just hesitate a little, and Michigan State goes right to the other side of the pitch. Probably a 70-meter run on that one.
Now we've seen a couple long runs for the Spartans in this game, producing their offense. This move by Madero, great pass to a streaking Colin McQueen, who gets tackled down by the last man standing to save a score. Those two help each other up. McQueen just into the game and taken down by Lucas Ring.
Well, speedy play from McQueen. Nice first step, and that's why they call him Lightning.
I knew you were going to say that, or something like that.
It was inevitable. But yeah, he had a free highway down there, took it with ease.
High tackle against Illinois. They'll have to get back. Ring is going to slow it down. No time on the clock, and Michigan State trailing by 14. So this one, the only thing still in question is the final score. Smith is going to be driven to the ground by Reese McMillan. Picking it up is Colt Gray. And it's Vera trying to stay in bounds. Tackle goes out of bounds for a penalty first.
I mean, that was a clear penalty. That was just...
Certainly agree, but I didn't know if it was going to be called. It was a late call, despite it looking obvious.
Yeah, Blake Vera was defenseless for Michigan State. That was dangerous, and I'm shocked too, Charlie. That whistle came pretty late.
Here's Charlie Fitzrockis, number 8, giving it off. Couple nice stiff arms for a pass to Vera. And Vera is going to take it all the way to end the weekend on a high note. The Spartans with a couple tries to end the day. Unfortunately, too little, too late. Illinois is going to get 7th, but Michigan State didn't go with a whimper, making it interesting down to the wire, but it will not be enough. They are going to take 8th place, and a couple hugs among some players on the field. Could be it for them in their seasons, and for some of these players, their careers. Kick is in. That does it. Illinois 7th, Michigan State 8th, and the last walk off the field for Ronan Scott, Lucas Ring, and Robbie Smith for Michigan State. And for Illinois, we don't know if their season's quite over yet, but certainly the Michigan State bench, seemingly the emotions are that this is it for them. A lot of hugs going out after a fall and spring season come to a close. We're going to stay with you because we're almost ready for the 5th place game. Iowa in nice black uniforms now. A little bit of a outfit change for them.
I like the outline of their numbers. Those bright yellow numbers look good. And then meanwhile,
Purdue also an outfit change.
yeah, Purdue.
Almost didn't recognize them. Both
Yeah,
teams with a little color swap.
I was about to ask, is that Iowa, the team in white? Because I thought Iowa was the team in black. No, they are. Iowa's in black. Purdue is in white. And this is a nice jersey matchup.
You're going to look at the sideline as well. Not only are Michigan State players hugging other Michigan State players, there's a couple Illinois players over there respecting the competition. As again, we don't know what the schedule is for these teams, but the emotions certainly indicate that's the last you'll see of the 3 seniors for Michigan State on a collegiate rugby field.
Yeah, and just to talk about that game real briefly, great performance from Blake Vera, who scored the buzzer beater try. Of course, Michigan State didn't win, but he's a guy you got to watch out for in the next 3 years for the Spartans. Big time player.
And shout out the senior Robbie Smith on the setup for that try. The action continues to wane down. Right now, it's the 5th place game between Iowa and Purdue. Purdue, one of the unluckiest teams here today. Iowa been playing it close at times, but at the end of the day, their defense just hasn't been good enough. Purdue's the only team they haven't allowed 20-plus points to, and they're going to look to do that again. When these two teams met in the round-robin format, it was the Hawkeyes winning 31-12.
I think Purdue can play a much closer game this time around. That was their worst performance of the weekend, both on the score sheet and just from the eye test. They were pretty tired by the time they played. That was the second slate of games, kind of beaten up. Didn't have that same spark. But here's one thing, Charlie. Since that game, Brunetti has been getting really involved. He had 2 tries last time out. I think he's the guy you need to look for now to complement Sean O'Donnell.
Keenan Brunetti is wearing 15 in the white jerseys now. Here come the Hawkeyes, run right up the gut by Michael Johnson, breaking a tackle and giving Iowa the first score of the game. And his bench loves it.
Yeah, a loud yell, "Attaboy Mike." And I'll echo the same sentiment, "Attaboy Mike." Rounds the corner, comes back in to make the conversion kick a little more manageable. High rugby IQ as he reached the try zone. Michael Johnson, the junior, showing some experience with that play.
And so Heimer will try to add 2. It's going to fade left. So perhaps he should have stayed out a little bit wider. 5-0 Iowa strikes first with less than 3 minutes into this first half. In this 5th place game, it's another example. All the rest of the games we'll have for you today feature teams playing their final games of the weekend. And most likely for some of them playing their final games of the season. So Michael Johnson, the try scorer, and now Purdue's offense will get to go to work. Couple new jersey numbers for the Boilermakers in their whites. One of the players is down. Perhaps it's Ethan Presky, number 8.
Haven't seen much of Sean O'Donnell yet.
I don't think he's in the game, Chris.
I think, yeah.
I see he's the one over on the sideline. He has been doing some of the lineouts for Purdue, but I don't think that's him. As Presky gets to his feet, and teammates will race to help him off the field.
See, Sean O'Donnell and Mike Murphy look just like each other, so both got the blonde hair. It is always hard to decipher who's who.
And the jerseys a little bit tougher to make out numbers with the, you called them gold, I called them cream colored Purdue color alongside the white uniform.
As I said, Charlie, you are spoiled because you live at the University of Notre Dame seeing that gold every day.
Ball's loose. Picked up by Purdue. And Brunetti's got a little bit of room. Got to stay in bounds and offloads it. There's O'Donnell. Into the middle for Adam Eckstein. Another pass. And a fake kick from Mike Murphy to shake a hit. So both Purdue stars staying in there. Trying to get the ball to the ground. Not quick enough. Penalty against Purdue on offense. Not able to get the ball to the turf in time. Good tackling defense by Iowa to force the turnover. All the way out to the wing. It's Kemo Kai, spin move. Being driven towards the touchline, and he's out. So both defenses making an impact early.
Yeah, this is a defensive battle if I've ever seen one. Lots of high-scoring fixtures today. Just had a 24-17 game. We had a 38-14 game earlier in the day. But 5-0 with a minute left in the first half? Sign me up. It's a chess match right now.
Certainly something exciting about watching good defensive play. And, of course, it's fun to see teams go for long try runs. But at the end of the day, when you get teams playing excellent defense in 7-on-7, keeping games close and low scoring where every play just means that much more. Certainly a lot of fun to watch. Uncontested line out for Purdue, and off a set play, it's going to go over the head and into the arms of Brunetti. Brunetti will go back towards the middle. Eckstein can't handle it, tries to kick it away, but gives it to the other team. Iowa picks it up.
The wind is also still present. It is blowing in the backs of Purdue. If you can't capitalize with the wind at your back, and it raises a lot of questions for what's to come in the second half.
Although we've seen, as the day's gone on, it's been less impact the wind as Brunetti takes it away. He's got a man with him. O'Donnell gives it to him. O'Donnell's going to cut it all the way to the middle. Passes out, and another pass is going to bounce around. It's picked up and scored. Great setup by Stephen Blay. And Purdue has gotten on the board to tie the game.
Was a bit worried. Stephen Blay got the ball. Almost looked like he was about to eat a tackle. But last second, gets the offload out of his hands. It bounces, and then it bounces into the try zone. It went back and then forwards. Helps out Purdue. And they have a much-needed 5 points, possibly 7. We'll see. It's the foot of Sean O'Donnell to decide.
That's crazy watching a rugby ball bounce. You just never know. And that one bounced in favor of the Boilermakers. And we'll go to half with the score at 5-5 as the kick is no good. So a tightly contested battle. And we'll head to break with the score knotted. And when we return, we'll see who is the best of the losers bracket. And we are back for the second half of the Consolation Bracket Finals here at the 2025 Big Ten Sevens Championship in South Bend, Indiana. The host Fighting Irish play in just about a half an hour in their quest for defending home turf and winning it all against Oregon. Before that, we have the second half here between Purdue and Iowa, and then the bronze medal game between Indiana and Michigan. My partner is Chris Daly. Chris, half in the books, and we both like the high-intensity defense we're seeing.
Yeah, two defensive stalwarts right here, and it's going to be who can break through now. Who can break through these lines might take a moment of individual brilliance, and if both teams can continue to pass the ball well, they'll both have a chance at finding the try zone.
Both teams only made it in once in the first 7 minutes of play, and it's Purdue trying to double their score first in this second half. O'Donnell has it in the middle. We know he can create on his own, and we're going to watch as he does create on his own. Couple cuts. Still knifing, finds a man. It's Brendan Ryan. Ball's free, picked up by Brunetti, stumbles down to the 5. He's going to search for help as he's wrapped up on a strong tackle. O'Donnell nearly slips, but gets back up. One-handed pass, finds his man, Eckstein. Eckstein taken down by his fellow number 2 counterpart, Noah Ledyard. Purdue down near the 5. Eckstein. O'Donnell drops it, picks it up, saves possession. Eckstein has it back over on the far wing. Near the touchline, great pass. And the score. Purdue takes the lead early in the second half on a beautiful passing play.
Was just about to say that, Charlie. The amount of passes they completed to complete that possession and to top it off with a try was superb.
It should be Guest has 10, Irish has 5. Oh no, you're right, sorry, don't change this.
Great team effort from the Boilermakers. And Sean O'Donnell at the heartbeat of it all. I mean, he kept them alive time and time again, dodging between defenders. And then eventually it was topped off by the rest of the team who came up clutch and said to him, hey, we got your back.
Just happened in the best way possible for Purdue. And now Iowa, having already beaten this team 31-12, is going to have to try to find a response.
As I said, that was the worst performance we've seen out of Purdue. So it wasn't just that Iowa beat them handedly. It was Purdue didn't really play up to the standard that they're used to playing at.
Ball's on the ground. And the referee's going to stop playing knock on. And an unforced error for the Hawkeyes. Just a simple dropped pass, the wind playing a factor there. Purdue with a chance to go up by a couple scores here. Here's O'Donnell on the crisscross with Brunetti. Now it's Blaze. Keeping his feet chugging. Eckstein, now Ryan, and one more to the wing. Back to Brendan Ryan, over the top, a little give and go. Eckstein towards a spinning John Kustra. Eckstein again. Long pass from Brunetti, connects with O'Donnell, who's hit as he gets rid of it. Spin along the far side by Blaze. Good counter ruck. Ball's free, picked up by the Boilermakers. O'Donnell with a crease, and he's going all the way. Can't say enough about this guy, Sean O'Donnell, to the back of the try zone with 2:03 to go, a 15-5 Purdue advantage.
That was my favorite try to watch from Sean O'Donnell. One, because it was a team effort and he showed some good work defensively to help give Purdue the ball, but as soon as he got that ball, he was facing us in the press box, gets the ball, knows what he's going to do right away, and explodes, gets out the gate. No one can catch him, and Purdue now has a healthy lead with 1:38 on the clock.
.15 unanswered points for the Boilermakers, who make it 17-5. So make it 17 straight. For a team that came in as the 7 seed, gave the number 2 seeded Indiana Hoosiers a run for their money. And then were victorious in the Consolation Semifinals. They beat Illinois 28-17. Illinois, who was the 6th seed. And now they're looking to beat the 5th seeded Iowa Hawkeyes for a 2nd straight upset. And they're going to get the ball back off a gaff off the kickoff. And Brunetti wasting no time, taking it all away. Starting to see some of the depth of this Purdue team. It's not just O'Donnell anymore, Chris.
No, it's not. A really wise play by Brunetti. Little dummy, and then the lane opens. He rides it all the way to the try zone. But you said it. Brunetti, that's his 3rd try of the day. O'Donnell, of course, has 4, maybe 5, a bunch yesterday. But definitely a much more well-balanced team than we thought they were to start out the tournament. The rest of the team really starting to pick it up and show their class here.
And Brunetti's certainly been a very solid complementary option, almost the hero against Michigan in pool play. Although he is responsible for the only yellow card we've seen in any of the games this weekend. Purdue bench Shannon Boiler up as another dangerous kick, but it's going to roll into touch. And that's going to do it. Final whistle sounds, and Purdue wins the consolation bracket. They almost defeated the 2 seed as the 7, and then they prove it was no fluke as they knife their way through the consolation bracket with ease and take 5th place in the Big Ten Sevens Championship this weekend. And Iowa Hawkeyes jog off after what looked like a promising start for them. We're going to end up finishing 6th overall in the standings. So currently what's been decided, Michigan State 8, Illinois 7, Iowa 6, Purdue 5, and a lot more action to come. We're getting the bronze medal match here between Indiana and Michigan. The Hoosiers, the 2 seed at 4-1. Just lost their first game in their last one against Notre Dame. Almost forging a comeback, but falling just short, 21-17 the final. Michigan played it close with Oregon, especially at half, but couldn't get anything going in the second half of that game, and that's why they're here in the 3rd place game. Only 2 more left to go, Chris, and the best 2 of the weekend.
It is the final countdown, Charlie. And you said it. These teams have played, Indiana and Michigan. It was a 10-5 game yesterday. Indiana also beat Michigan a week ago, April 5th, 12-10. So 2 very low-scoring defensive battles, tightly contested. That's exactly what we're going to have here. This is going to be a very fun game. And I think it's going to be a lot different than the next game. I think this one's going to be low-scoring, and then Notre Dame, Oregon, you might see the floodgates open, and both teams are going to have a lot of offensive success.
Yeah, you just mentioned only 15 combined points between these 2 teams the last time they met, which was yesterday. And coming up after this, I think it's fair to say the 2 best offenses here this weekend in Oregon and Notre Dame.
Fair is an understatement. There's no doubt about it. Those 2 teams are so dominant on the offensive side of the ball. You got Notre Dame led by Zach Manton and Jackson Graham plugging along for them. And then meanwhile, Oregon, they got a lot of guys, but Mahaffey has been particularly fantastic for them. Always seems to find his way into the try zone.
Him and Cormac O'Flaherty, the big duo for the Ducks. But right now we've got the Hoosiers and the Wolverines. And this is not an unimportant game. 3rd place does mean quite a bit. And so we'll see how it transpires. It's picked off by Plank.
Plank had a great performance. He's got 4 tries on the day, but he scored 2 in their last one. Or maybe 3. Might have had a hat trick.
I think he scored a hat trick.
Yeah,
all
he had
three.
a hat trick, and then he had 1 in the first game.
All 3 for his team in their semifinals defeat. Indiana's trying to break free. And the person, but it was called back. Off the penalty. Set play coming for Michigan. Michigan coming into this game at 2-2-1 after 1-1-1 in pool play. Quarterfinals win. Semifinals loss. Indiana 4-1, undefeated in pool play. Quarterfinals win. Semifinal defeat. Both these teams looking to avoid ending their rather successful weekends on 2-game losing streaks.
Yeah, Indiana 12-7 on the year. Would love for them, and they will love, to get to 13-7, well above 500. Meanwhile, for the Wolverines, 11-7-2. 2 ties, which is crazy. They tied Pitt, and then they had a tie yesterday as well against Purdue, 19-19.
Yeah, that was a great game, one we thought was a victory for Purdue, but ended up being a tie, and that might be the saving grace that's gotten Michigan to this point. Although with the point differential they would have had, I think they still would have been the 4 seed even at a 1-2 record.
Yeah. In the past 4 years, these teams have met a combined total of 7 times between 7's play and 15's play, so they definitely know each other pretty well.
I'd like to amend that statement. They wouldn't have been the 4 seed. They would have been the 5 seed because Purdue would have been the 4, and those two would have played in a semifinal game or quarterfinal game today. And with the way we saw Purdue battle, almost take out this Indiana team and then win the consolation bracket, who knows if Michigan would have been able to win that game. But not to be. They earned the tie, and they've earned a spot in this semifinal where they've got a chance to take advantage of an Indiana team that's relied on their defense all weekend. And when they're not getting stops at the normal rate they do, they're definitely a vulnerable opponent. Here's Plank. Met hard, but stays on his feet. Plank still chugging along, taken down by Zach Ellen. Loughnane gives it across. Plank slow to get up. Over under us. 2-on-1 numbers for the Wolverines. Chris Molly still hanging on to it. Actually helping his teammate forward as it was given away. Here's Loughnane with a cutback move before being wrestled to the turf. Jack Reagan in to save it. Ball's tipped away. And Indiana moving the other direction. Playing with advantage for the time being.
Nice save by Luke Peters to keep that ball in play. He's someone I've talked about before. I would love to see some more out of him in this game. I think he's kind of had a quieter weekend than maybe he was expecting and I was expecting. He's got some great speed. Wants to show it off now against Michigan.
Now it's the Wolverines playing with advantage. Temporarily as Zana dives forward. Quick pass inside. And the try. Jack Reagan strikes first. It looks like one of the Indiana players coming up limping. He's going to motion to his sideline and head off. It's number 13, who was Michael Cabreros, but that is not Mr. Cabreros based on what we've seen. Been a good player, but not wearing number 13 for this one.
Yeah, you hate to see this. Never like to see injuries in rugby. I've said it before.
Couple guys down
on
actually.
The channel. And whenever a rugby player is down, they are down. Hopefully he can get back up and get moving.
Clock's going to stop.
As for Michigan, they are definitely a physical, big body type of team. When you're looking at them, they are much bigger and much more imposing than the Indiana team, who are a little more technical and fast. So for Michigan, they're going to their roots inside those 5 meters and just trucking away in the trenches. It's exactly what they do. and they have a 7-0 lead now because of it.
On the right side of your screen, you're seeing one of the Indiana players limp off. The clock had actually stopped with 2:07 on it. And now it resumes ticking based on the referee's signal. And we're back underway with a 7-0 Michigan lead. Going down with the ball is Anthony Valentine into the game, number 11 in white. Errant pass. Bounces into the breadbasket of Peters over there. See if he can get himself going. Here's Hannon. Trying to spin off, yet stay in bounds at the same time. Now a crease, perhaps. And room to run for the Hoosiers, looking to tie the score.
That's Peters.
There he is, on cue. Luke Peters. Downs it right down the middle. And that's a big, important score for Indiana in the final minute of the half.
Oh, exactly what I was asking for is Luke Peters to step up. That's exactly what he did. Step up and show out. Great run. He's got blistering pace. He's the fastest guy on just about any field he steps on. I would say when he goes against Purdue, maybe Sean O'Donnell has him beat.
Just about to say.
Just, yeah, maybe, and then maybe Ben, perhaps, on Notre Dame. But Peters does have that breakaway speed that is envied by every other Sevens player. And just haven't seen enough of it so far in this tournament. But right there we do. Great run for Indiana. And puts them on the board, as you say, Charlie.
So we think, thanks to an Indiana fan, appreciate the comment, we think one of the injured players, there were two players that left at the same time injured for the Hoosiers in this game. We think one of them is Matt. I am unsure if the pronunciation is more French or more English. Let's go with Chevalier.
Chevalier, perhaps?
Could be.
Chevrolet? Chevrolet?
Probably not. I'd say you're straying a little bit too far there. But he's out, along with one of his teammates. So Indiana playing two starters short the rest of this one.
One thing I've loved about watching these knockout games today is the benches. They're all standing up, practically on the pitch. That's been one common denominator between each game.
We're going to have a conversation between the ref and an Indiana player. In fact, we got a yellow card. And Zach Ellen's going to head off. He's going to have to sit
Two
time
minutes.
at the start of the half.
He's going to have to sit for the first 2 minutes of the half. That is far from ideal.
Assuming this is where the half ends. The referee did signal for the clock to stop. So I think we're going to get another possession in this first half. And it's going to be a scrum for Michigan, in fact. Playing 7-on-6 with Ellen off the pitch in a tie game. If you're just joining us, thanks so much for tuning in. We've had a great 2 days of rugby action on this YouTube stream. The JV champion. Congratulations to the Indiana Hoosiers. Top JV team dominating the JV division en route to an undefeated championship season. Purdue gets second. Notre Dame gets third. And now the only thing left to decide is the varsity champion. Right now we're in the third place game between the shorthanded Hoosiers with 2 injuries and 1 yellow card. They are the favorite coming into today's game. They're going to kick it into touch. Referee blows his whistle to end half between them and the Michigan Wolverines. It's a 7-7 score with just 7 minutes to go. Stay with us. We're in the final half hour. Get excited. Final stretch of the bronze medal game. Michigan's kickoff doesn't go far enough. So Indiana free possession from midfield. They're still playing 6-on-7. And the ball takes a crazy bounce. Both these teams battling for third on a weekend where they've both found some success on the scoreboard. Indiana with 4 wins coming into the matchup, Michigan with 2. And space for Parker Wall, who breaks a hit. And Wall is going to score a shorthanded try to put Indiana on top.
Amazing resilience from the Hoosiers. And Parker Wall seems to be that one constant in every single game for Indiana. He always seems to score a try. Scored in their last game, and now he's got another one. And he was scoring yesterday, too. Such a tough guy to take down. It's the biggest guy on this field right now. And Michigan, although as a team, probably outweigh and outmatch physically this Indiana team, it's Parker Wall who is #1. And he is a guy who has just been such a force of nature for Indiana.
They get it done with only 6 on the field, and now they get back to full strength. Left-footed kick by Andrew Arbs is a good one, but it just goes far enough to go into touch, nearly placed perfectly.
Yeah, nice Gary on. That one goes real high, hangs in the air for quite a while. Unlucky for Indiana not to come down with it.
Loughnane, one-handed grab by Plank. Sixth game of the weekend for these teams. Sense a little bit of fatigue perhaps, but desperation to match. Knock on called, and a mistake pulling the ball out of the pile by Reagan. So it'll be a turnover for Michigan, and another Hoosier is down. This time it's Brannick Arbuckle slow to get up.
Well, they're getting late into the weekend. Of course, their last game, been at it for many hours. And now they've been at it for, over a day and a half now, so. Arbuckle will be tended to by the medical staff.
And he will make his way to the sideline. Play will resume on the scrum. Indiana ahead by a full 7 and with the ball, looking to bounce back after their semifinal defeat. Hannon kicks it ahead while being dragged down. And there's a strong tackle by Peters on the wing.
Oh, Peters with another big tackle. Knocks the ball away. He's having himself a great game.
Force a turnover, in fact. Both these defenses playing very aggressively right now. Couple fakes for Nate Meyer. And Meyer, can he down it? Yes, he can.
Actually,
12-point lead.
Might have been Tommy Hannon, the captain for Indiana.
It was Meyer who set him up. And then it was Hannon who managed to down it. Good catch, Chris. And
yeah, I appreciate it. But he was going down, Meyer, and then flips it over to Hannon. Gritty play. For such a gritty guy, something I've talked about before with Tommy Hannon. That's why he wears the armband for Indiana.
Kicked away with a 12-point disadvantage. Michigan's going to have to score quickly here. They do bring in the kickoff as Nelson gathered it in. See what they can cook up on the offense. They haven't scored since the first score of the game, which was early in the first half. And it's kicked ahead by Plockmeyer, hoping for teammates, but it's going to roll. Picked up before it can go out of bounds. Both sidelines loud, trying to get their teams to make an important play down the stretch. Minute 10 to play. Indiana up by 12.
Indiana, not the flashiest team in the world by any means, but they always seem to find a way just to do the simple things and get the job done.
They only allowed one try in each of their first 3 round-robin games, and they've allowed 2 in every game today, including this one. Wolverines are back in it.
It was really interesting. Indiana was playing with the ball right around their own 22-meter line. Parker Wall dodges a couple of tackles, and I would like to think it's as he's going down. I mean, 3 guys on Michigan were on him. He somehow loses the ball in the process, and Michigan has a lifeline. Need to keep this ball in play, though, because if Indiana is able to get this off the kick, they can theoretically just knock it all out of bounds, and the game will come to a close. So interesting development brewing here at Stinson Rugby Field.
Yeah, Michigan went really quick with the conversion kick. I believe they missed. So it stays 7-point spread. And now desperation time for the Wolverines. They need to force a turnover and then score points, but that's not going to happen. Indiana takes it, confirming that the time on the whistle is on the watch is accurate with the clock. And it's not, so they're going to make the smart play and go for the scrum to continue to bleed the seconds. There were a couple injuries, so clock between the referee's watch and ours slightly different. Scrum upcoming. Indiana can win the scrum and kick it out. Hannon's going to try to get a little bit closer to the sidelines before doing that.
Well, I wonder what the ref's clock says. I mean, no clear chance to kick it out just yet. Never mind.
There it is. Indiana, the bronze. They hold on down the stretch. They take 3rd place, and the teams exchange hugs and handshakes. Very hard-fought tournament for both of these teams, and it'll be Indiana with the bronze. Michigan, will get 4th.
Indiana was great all weekend long. We saw it yesterday. They were undefeated in Pool A, came into today as the number 2 seed. They finish off number 3, but I don't think they'll complain. They're a program with lots of great things to come in the future. Mark Cuban has donated a cool $8 million to their program, so they're on the rise, and they pick up a nice medal and put that in the trophy cabinet as they continue to grow. And what a performance from Tommy Hannon. I thought he was fantastic. He scored a try, which ended up being the game-winning try for Indiana, and that could be his farewell with the Hoosiers.
And you get a look at the championship trophy that's being played for. Upcoming, it's Notre Dame, the host school, against Oregon, the visitors. We have the anthem, and then we'll get you that one. anthem over, and we're just about set for the final game of the spring season on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. Thanks so much for tuning in at this juncture. Charlie Morris alongside my partner Chris Daly. And Chris, what do you think?
Charlie, this is what we've been waiting for. That's what I think. I am so excited, so amped. And these are two teams who are ready. They had a great game last time out. It was 31-28. The Oregon Ducks won. Notre Dame was down by a lot, though. It wasn't a complete 14 minutes of rugby for the Fighting Irish by any means. They stormed back. They fell just short. Hope we can get a similar one in this affair now with a title on the line.
Yeah, that 3-point spread that you were talking about in the first game actually marks the closest game that we've seen throughout the weekend.
Wow.
Of all the games, other than the tie between Purdue and Michigan. Every other game has been decided by 4 points or more.
What's weird is we thought it was a 29-28 game.
We did.
At first. It was put into the sheet at 31-28, so maybe it was 29-28. Who knows?
I think we missed a conversion
It's definitely
somewhere
the
in there
case.
for Oregon. And it's Oregon ball to start us off. We are underway in the championship game. Just a bit before the Masters Championship guys tee off. Get this championship in first. Oregon looking to win it in their first trip. Notre Dame looking to do it on home field for the first time.
Yeah, you mentioned their first trip. Oregon competed in the Northwest Collegiate Rugby Conference, but then, of course, the Oregon Varsity Athletics institution moved to the Big Ten. I mean, they all packed up their bags from the Pac-12, which disbanded. They went there, and the rugby program followed suit, which is pretty cool to see.
Now, look at this run into Notre Dame territory by a guy we mentioned, Cormac O'Flaherty, one of the big weapons for the Ducks, and they're going to get a run down the right side with Guinan in pursuit, and it's Ethan Sherman for the first score of the game.
And it's back-to-back games now that Ethan Sherman has scored against the Irish. He got a try in the first time out yesterday, and he's got another one to add to his account.
So Sherman gets the top-seeded, undefeated Ducks on the board first. Just about a minute in. They come into the game at 5-0, Notre Dame at 4-1. Of course, their only loss coming to this Oregon team in the first meeting. Conversion is no good. 5-0 lead. Oregon on top, and Ethan Sherman gets them on the board.
Charlie, some interesting moves here. I was curious to see what head coach Justin Hickey will do for Notre Dame. Is it Zach Banton or Jackson Graham? Who's he going to roll with? They are the two guys who have been just about untouchable. I was thinking maybe he puts them both out there. It's only Banton. I imagine Graham will check into the game later on.
This is Tom Bowman, number 5 in Navy. Stays on his feet. Finds a man in Williams, who's wrestled to the ground. Guinan will go over towards McKenzie.
Beautiful offload.
McKenzie, as usual, tough to tackle. Does go down before he can commit the penalty. Banton takes it. Bowman, one more for Packer. Nice juke move to dodge his man, Andrew Prentice. Spin move by Williams. Oregon defense holding strong. Prentice in on that tackle for the team in white. Here's Guinan. Fake with McKenzie, and Guinan sees a crease. Down the right wing and outrunning his man. And the large contingent of Notre Dame crowd in attendance approves the game-tying try.
That was all improv by Philip Guinan. He was genuinely looking for that offload to Zach Banton, but he saw the hole open. Who knew Guinan had wheels like that? Known for his kicking, known for his great passing ability, but showing off the speed as well.
And now he puts Notre Dame in front. You get a look just a couple seconds ago at what the crowd is like here today. Certainly has increased as the day has gone along, and You got a great contingent of Notre Dame fans, of course, but also some Oregon parents who have made the trip, watching their team compete for the championship. And off the kickoff, Bowman picks it up, and Notre Dame with another chance. Pass is intercepted, though, taken away by O'Flaherty. And then it's taken back. A little bit of hot potato between McKenzie and O'Flaherty.
That one riled up the crowd.
Bowman wrapped up around his ankles by Konioiki. Jennings nearly able to burst through, but wrestled down. Packard is going to try the left side of the line. Maybe can he get the edge? Tries the stiff arm. Well defended by the Ducks, who wrestle him down with effectiveness. Here's McKenzie up the middle. Guinan thinks about himself, goes all the way out wide. Another great tackle. Ball's free. McKenzie stays on his feet. Long pass is into the hands of Bowman. Bowman's going to be double teamed. Sheds it off. Now tackled by Konioiki. Long offensive possession for Notre Dame. Banton has it.
He's been
trying
waiting
to
for
get
it.
the edge, and he does get the edge. And gets back to the middle for the try. Just out of the reach of Brooks Fisher.
Yet another moment of just individual brilliance by Zach Banton. He was patient that whole possession. Notre Dame was working far side of the pitch. Banton was nowhere to be found. He's a right winger, waiting. Finally gets a chance and takes full advantage yet again. Zach Banton with his third try of the day. And he's already at 6 or 7 now on the weekend. It's got to be up there for the lead.
Guinan's kick is a good one. Fisher and McKenzie battling, and it's Notre Dame possession. I thought that might be a knock-on, none called. Packard loses it briefly, recovered, and Banton will save it. Tries to kick it, but it's going to be turned over. And recovered by Prentice, who'll find a teammate. Oregon looking to slow the pace down a little bit.
I like the idea.
And interference.
Wow. I like the idea from Zach Banton to kick, but you got to be cautious when you're going against this Oregon Ducks team. It's not like you're going against the bottom of the Big Ten. You're going up against a team who have beat you before. Just need to play smart situational rugby.
Tap and go for Guinan off the obstruction penalty against Oregon. Finds Bowman. Trying to just move forward. Guinan aggressively attacked on a nice play by Sherman. Time has expired in the half. This will be last possession if Notre Dame chooses to use it. Banton won't be able to get the edge on the first try. Maybe on the second, kicks it ahead. Interesting idea, but it's almost recovered by O'Flaherty. Notre Dame has it. But they commit the penalty. Tap and go. Oregon's going to keep it in play. Konioiki trying to get to the right wing in a little space. Packard go over to cut it off. O'Flaherty juggles and catches. Oregon keeps possession. Flipped back to Sherman, who's attacked by a couple Irish sweaters, trying to wrestle him down. Numbers for Oregon, but the pass is dropped. Knock on against the Ducks. It went off the hands of Prentice. Halftime in the championship game. And Notre Dame with a 9-point lead after 7 minutes of play. When we return, we'll get you the second half with the championship trophy for the winners looming by the dugouts. 7 minutes away from the championship trophy having an owner. Will it be the Oregon Ducks or will it be the host Notre Dame Fighting Irish? Thanks so much for joining us this morning into afternoon on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel, and yesterday, I should mention as well. Ducks' first kick is going to get caught in the wind and not go far enough. Wind coming into effect again. Oregon's going to have to make this comeback, Chris, facing against that breeze.
Yeah, the door is still open, though, for the Ducks, and they did so in their last game. The wind did not seem to affect Oregon whatsoever, and it didn't seem to affect Notre Dame at all in the first half. So I think it is not going to play as big of a factor as it has earlier in the day.
Certainly seems to affect the lower ranking teams this weekend more. Good teams just find a way regardless, although we saw Oregon's first kick of the half not go the required distance because of that wind. High tackle, or knock on, excuse me. Okay, the referee has signaled a knock on against both teams.
It was a late whistle, so both teams awfully confused.
I think it's going to be Oregon scrum, though, so
it will be. It's going to be Oregon ball, but, I mean, just blown about 5 seconds after Notre Dame progressed the ball with Philip Guinan moving forward.
I do have to say that this referee out there in the pink has been my favorite one this weekend, keeping the games on schedule. And a crease down the middle, spinning away, is Cole Rafferty. Finds a teammate, or Flaherty, for his second try of the game. Couldn't have come at a better time for Oregon to get themselves back to within 4.
Great job off the scrum, and what that does, it puts 3 to 4 Notre Dame defenders all within that same 5-meter radius. Totally opens up the rest of the field. Oregon exploits that, and Cormac O'Flaherty has his 4th try of today, 2nd of the game.
Conversion from Konioiki is through. 2-point game, and just what we expected, a close one here in the championship. And after a great first half for the Irish, a 9-point lead, even better response from the team that's been the punchback team all weekend, no doubt about it. Do they have another in them? Konioiki is going to take less of a risk and kick it deep. Bowman, no problem on the reception. And we'll see what the Irish can do on offense against an Oregon defense that I don't think has gotten enough credit this weekend, Chris, for their performance.
No, they have not, because their offense has just been so explosive, of course, but they have really held up well against such a physical Notre Dame team. You look at Tom Bowman, he's an All-American back in the fall, first team Big Ten.
Packard with a brilliant kick. McKenzie in a foot race. He's going to come up short as Tino Mahaffey gets back, but the ball is free. Graham picks it up. Taken down. Good tackle. Ball's free again. McKenzie on the fake. Towards the corner. In for the score.
And he's going to find the middle, too.
Doesn't get much better than that. Packard started with the kick. McKenzie the foot race. And at the end of the day, he's the one who scores the try to put Notre Dame back up by 7 with a conversion chance to make it a 2-score game.
Great follow-up by Jackson Graham as well, because, of course, it was McKenzie with the foot race, but Graham followed, did not give up on the play. Ball was right there for him, picked it up, and he started that possession.
Potential game-changing play in this second half. The conversion's good to make it a 9-point Notre Dame lead, the big 2-possession lead. And now Oregon's going to have to find yet another response with 3 minutes and ticking on the clock. Trying to complete the undefeated weekend and move to 10-0 in the spring. Sherman out to the wide side.
And this would be Notre Dame's biggest win of the spring by a country mile.
Probably their second best would be their last win against Indiana in the semis.
Yeah, that wasn't too shabby either. It would also just be great for the program as a whole, both 15s and 7s. We mentioned this. Back in the fall, they lost in the same exact game, the Big Ten championship game. They fell to the Ohio State Buckeyes 21-17, heartbreaking fashion.
A little bit of a dreidel sort of tackle from Williams on his man, Colin Sweeney. Knock on against the Ducks, and a crucial mistake with 2 minutes to go. And you mentioned the heartbreak of the fall on this field in a game they were winning in the second half. Notre Dame fell to the Buckeyes, who couldn't be here this weekend. Neither could Penn State, neither could Wisconsin. Three teams who would certainly be in this competitive field. And opening the door for the Irish, but the Ducks still in it. Need a stop, need a turnover.
Yeah. It's going to be hard, a minute and a half, and this crowd is loud.
Alive, and Banton nearly spinning through. He's wrestled down by his pants, but he gets it to Graham. Forward pass called.
It's the first time we've seen both Banton and Jackson Graham on the field. Head coach Justin Hickey has his best 7 on the field right now to secure the deal and secure the championship for the Fightin' Irish.
1 minute to go in Stinson Rugby Field. The Ducks need 2 scores, or else Notre Dame will have defended home turf. And that's not going to help. An angry Cormac O'Flaherty commits the knock-on, just took his eye off the ball. And the Notre Dame fans in the stands and the JV rugby players and managers in the press box alongside of us can sense it now. "25 seconds and ticking in a 2-score game."
Now, we don't know if the ref's clock says the same. We've had that issue before today, but just about 25 seconds.
Also haven't been any injuries in this game, knock on wood, so no reason for the clock to stop as Tom Bowman thinks about the edge, thinks better of it once he sees the touchline. 5 seconds on the clock. Packard Williams goes down with it. And it's going to be kicked out of bounds, and it's over. The Irish win the championship on home field. They win it 21-12. They defeat Oregon. And they have won the Sevens tournament at the Big Ten for the first time ever.
Deservingly getting a standing ovation from the crowd here in South Bend. Notre Dame came together yesterday, a little fragmented at times. The pieces were there, but not all put together. Safe to say, Notre Dame found a way. Zach Banton was brilliant, had a great try in the first half. Jackson Graham with the follow-up in the second half. Those are definitely the 2 superstars, but you also got to look at Tom Bowman. Very physical in the middle of the park all day long, all weekend long for Notre Dame. And how about this? Patrick McKenzie, the senior captain. You want to talk about a send-off? That's a send-off. He's a Big Ten champion.
He is in his final game. In the fall, the Irish defeated Ohio State and then lost in the championship when it mattered. In the spring, they lose to Oregon, and then they win in the championship when it matters. And both these teams coming over to give their fans a round of applause. Of course, the Oregon fans in attendance, and their players understand and appreciate the long travel that those families made. And of course, Notre Dame with the home crowd in attendance, and get to celebrate with them shortly. Go over for the curtain call now as the teams exchange handshakes. And you know, I got to think this is a matchup we have to get used to seeing more, especially if Oregon's going to really dip into their new Big Ten status.
I was just about to say that. Credit to Oregon for coming out to South Bend. That is a long way they've had to travel from all the way from the other side of the country out on the West Coast. They had most likely fly to get here. It'd be really hard-pressed to imagine they took a bus. I got to think they somehow maybe went to Chicago and then came to South Bend. But credit to them for coming out and performing. They were the best team yesterday, and just a lot of great play all around. I thought Cormac O'Flaherty is a guy who put the Big Ten on notice, said, hey, I'm one of the best players in the conference. And then Mahaffey as well with a great weekend. He had 4 tries in total actually just 4 tries in total today. I can only imagine what he had yesterday.
And the trophy raised once and raised again. The Irish are Big Ten champions in 7-on-7 rugby in the spring of 2025, completing an excellent season here at Stinson, both 15s and 7s combined with a championship. And it's not done yet. They will go to the NCRC championship weekend, and hopefully, Chris, we are going with them.
Yeah, hopefully. That is the plan as of now. And just before we sign off, I got to say a huge congratulations to Patrick McKenzie, Andrew Packard, Christian Barnsley, who, of course, was injured yesterday, but credit to him. He's been a great piece for this Notre Dame team. And then Jackson Graham, he was second team All Big Ten this past fall, but he's just had such a great weekend. Was a huge difference maker for Notre Dame. Always came up when they needed him the most. Those are the seniors in the squad. And you got to say, great 4 years for them. They definitely left the program in a much better place than they found it. They still have rugby to play, just not at home.
As they win their last home game of their collegiate careers here in the Big Ten Sevens Rugby Championship. For my partner, Chris Daly, and the entire crew behind the scenes, Walter Hoffman doing the directing, Alheli Soriano, Jane Kim, Val Bautista Misakova, and of course, Nick Ruthraff making it all happen. I'm Charlie Morris saying so long from South Bend. Notre Dame victorious, Oregon second, and 8 great teams this weekend. So happy to be able to bring you all the action on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel, both this weekend and all season. We'll see you again in the fall for 15s next year.